Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The fallout over comedian Jimmy Kimmel's comments about the killing of Charlie Kirk continues. US TV hosts support him as Trump threatens other TV networks that are negative about him. Now, Britain's intelligence service, MI6, have launched a new portal on the dark web in a bid to seek out new spies in Russia, China, Iran and North Korea. President Trump and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping hold a productive and positive call, with Trump saying he appreciates the TikTok approval. Now to our top story. Some of America's famous late-night TV hosts have shown their support for comedian Jimmy Kimmel after his show was suspended by ABC. It was pulled over his comments he made about the assassination of the right-wing influencer Charlie Kirk, suggesting Trump's political movement, MAGA, wanted to exploit the situation. Stephen Colbert and Seth Meyers have spoken out against the decision, whilst Jimmy Fallon raised the issue of free speech in some of his own satirical sketches. Meanwhile, President Trump has suggested TV networks against him should maybe have their licenses taken away. For more on this, I'm joined by Autry Pruitt, former Trump campaign surrogate and president of Spencer Pruitt, and also a friend of Charlie Kirk. Autry, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much for having me on board. I'm glad to be here.
Glad to have you too. So, was it right to suspend Jimmy Kimmel over his comments about Charlie Kirk's death made during an opening monologue to the show?
Yes, it was perfectly acceptable because nobody suspended him. Disney chose no longer to air his content. Nobody suspended him. The FCC didn't suspend him. Disney, a company, and the affiliates associated with that company, Next and Sinclair, chose no longer to air his content. Plus, his ratings were bad anyway.
OK, so US talk show host Stephen Colbert has condemned the cancellation of Jimmy Kimmel as a blatant assault on the freedom of speech. Is America still the land of the free, where all views are respected?
Oh, of course, America, all views are respected, but just because your view is respected doesn't mean you have a right to the platform. You have the right to say what you want to say, but as Democrats have told us time and time again, we don't have to give you a platform to say it. In the United States, the public airwaves are the public airwaves. And for darn near 90 years now, you've had the public airways lean and go hard to the left. And now all of a sudden you have a Republican administration that is doing what the Democrats used to do, aligning the public airwaves with the voters. 50% or more individuals are conservative in the United States. So they're tired of hearing the garbage and the lies spewed from the left side of the aisle.
And, you know, I want to talk a little bit to you exactly about what you've just been talking to me about there. Looking back over the years, we have seen the cancellation of public figures who are on the right of politics, like Megyn Kelly, Piers Morgan, and, of course, Tucker Carlson. And if we think back, the likes of Jimmy Kimmel celebrated this. Do you think it's hypocrisy now coming from them?
Oh, I don't think it's hypocrisy per se. It's just outright blatant stupidity. It's a lie. It's an inconvenient truth, as Al Gore would say. They have convenient amnesia, some of my friends would say. The bottom line is that not only is it hypocritical, right, but they believe they hold a moral high ground. They're out of touch. What occurred here with Jimmy Kimmel and Charlie Kirk was very simple. Jimmy Kimmel has no idea the influence, the power, the strength, and the emotional attachment that Charlie Kirk had to half the country. He has no idea. And because of that, he was flippant about it. And Disney said, you know what? We're tired of having our stock beat up. We're tired of having people boycott us. We're tired of being the woke Fortune 500 company that everybody loves to come beat up on. We're not going to take it anymore. He even refused to apologize. So it was what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's the United States colloquialism we used to say back in the day.
And US President Donald Trump has suggested some TV networks should have their licenses taken away. Audrey, you're just talking to me there about Disney not wanting to be beaten up anymore over these comments over Charlie Kirk. So would you support the fact that some licenses should be taken away?
I 100% support licenses being taken away. I 100% support the Trump administration going after these left-wing lunatics in the United States. The FCC has existed somewhere for about 75 plus years, almost 80 years. And during the 80s, you saw a rampant abuse of power in the government. In fact, I don't have to go back to the 80s. I can go back to 2020 when the Democrats aligned themselves with Twitter and with the FBI and begin censorship around the country of anyone who spoke about COVID, of anyone who spoke the truth about any of the major incidents in the United States. So now, guess what? This is the first time a Republican president has done what the Democrats do. This is the first time a Republican president has stood up and said, you know what? We're going to use the levers of power to push back just like you've used them for 90 plus years. So I supported 100%. Maybe equal destruction, they call it, maybe self-assured destruction is the only way to get balance back in our great country here.
And also, I just want to talk to you a little bit about Charlie Kirk, because you were a friend of Charlie Kirk, and I watched many of his videos, as did a lot of the world. He touched so many people, and he really believed in free speech. He believed in debate. He was a deeply religious man. What would you like his legacy to be? And all this controversy now, what do you think Charlie Kirk would say to it?
Yeah, I knew Charlie Kirk early on in the latter years, post 25. I didn't really deal with him that much. I met him obviously at a couple of events. He had me at his events to speak. He was a person that believed in free speech. He was a person that believed in the Christian faith. It's not what I want his legacy to be. It's what his legacy is. His legacy is that if you allow the free debate of ideas, the cream will rise to the top. If you allow the free debate of ideas, the wheat will be separated from the chaff. In other words, simply put, a free debate means our side wins. And that's what the left is concerned about. A free debate means that social conservatives, economic conservatives win over time because our ideas are right and the progressive ideas are wrong. And Charlie was willing to say it publicly, and that's why he was shot dead while doing just that.
And are you growing increasingly concerned about the gap between the left and the right in the United States? Because lots of people are talking about it becoming so polarized there at the moment. Is there any way that maybe things could be dialed down a little bit, Audrey?
I'm not really concerned about the gap. I love the polarization because before, when you had this closeness, right, the left and the right, you couldn't tell the difference between the two. And oftentimes you have people on the right pretend they're on the right and they dip into the left. People on the left pretend they're on the right and they dip into the right, right? You had this sort of back and forth. But now you see stark contrast. You see stark contrast between those on the left who want violence in cities, between those on the left who want rampant crime, those on the left who don't want you to be able to educate your kids, those on the left who want to deny that there is existence of a higher power, versus those on the right who believe in family, who believe in capitalism, who believe in fortune, who believe in faith, who believe in prayer. So I love the polarization because the more we get polarized, the more people come to our side, because now everybody can look at the left and say, guess what? You're crazy. You're a little bit crazy.
Audrey, it was really great to have your insights and your views. Thank you so much for your time and for joining me on the show. Let's get into this further with comedian James Gardiner. James, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. First of all, you're a stand-up comedian. What do you make of Jimmy Kimmel's firing? And did his material actually deserve him to get cancelled?
Well, thanks very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Whether he was fired or whether he was stepped aside, ultimately censorship is censorship. He said something which someone hasn't liked, and then the next day, he's been taken off air. I think it's a really dangerous precedent to set. But in terms of what he was actually speaking about, I mean, I've got it in front of me. He's not actually used anything insensitive. He's not referenced the nature of Charlie Kirk's death. He's not referenced anything that would be detrimental to his family. He's literally highlighted in a humorous way. We have to remember that he's made an opening monologue. This is not an address to the United States Congress. Context is everything, as people so often said about Charlie Kirk's views. Whether you agreed with them or not, people stressed that context was important. He's making an opening monologue of a daily show where there is humour and politics mixed, and all he's done is highlight the hypocrisy, would it be, or the humour in President Trump saying, yeah, look at the construction over there, after someone asked him, how are you holding up, sir? So what he's actually said, I can't find anything wrong with it. And again, I just find it astounding that this has actually happened. And it sets a worrying precedent for free speech in the land of the free.
Another American chat show host, Jimmy Fallon, has spoken out about Kimmel. Just take a quick listen to what he had to say for me.
People are worried that we won't keep saying what we want to say or that we'll be censored. But I'm going to cover the president's trip to the UK just like I normally would. Here we go. Well, guys, President Trump just wrapped up his 3-day trip to the UK, and he
looked incredibly handsome.
As always, his tie was
exactly the right length.
And his face looked
like a color that exists in nature.
And his hair looked
better than Conrad from the summer I turned 30.
What's your reaction to that, James? With all jokes aside, do you think comedians will need to dilute their content and be a bit more cautious to avoid losing their jobs? Is that something that is actually concerning people in the comedy realms?
I think so. I think particularly now that we're in a social media world, people that go, for example, to comedy clubs, most of them understand there's a tacit agreement that what you're seeing on stage is not real life. What you're seeing on stage is a performance. It's not an address to the House of Commons here in the UK. People are aware of that. But when something goes out into the social media world, you're putting that out to a whole audience of folk who perhaps don't understand the rules of comedy, who maybe don't understand satire, who don't understand tone or texture or sarcasm. And people want to take offence. There's many things that I don't like as a comedian. I don't like being spoken about. I don't like things that punch down at disabled people, for example. But I'm not the adjudicator of what's right and wrong. And it's one of those things. You must be able to go, OK, that's just life. I don't think that there's anything wrong with Jimmy Fallon's response. In fact, I think it's amazing. I think he's used sarcasm in a really beautiful way to address the elephant in the room. But touching on what Audrey said there, very animated, great to hear his views. He loves the polarisation, but productive tension's important. The sparks between the left and the right, or one ideology and another, that's where new solutions occur. If we don't have that, if there's censorship or self-censorship, then all of a sudden we're just going to end up with vanilla and beige. And I think ultimately that by not being able to address key topics, important topics, they will articulate themselves in another form, and perhaps not in a controlled manner that comedy or an opening monologue allows.
And there's actually been speculation surrounding Kimmel's ratings. We heard Donald Trump talk about his ratings and saying that he wasn't a talented guy and his ratings weren't very good. Do you think that he'll survive this sacking or letting go or whatever we want to call it? And have we seen the last of him in this capacity now?
I don't think for a second. He's an incredibly talented guy. And I think there are incredibly talented people on either side of political divides or ideologies or faiths or religions. So I don't think it's fair for people to say he's not talented. If you don't like him, that's fine. I think there's a huge number of people who think he's fantastic. I think, his sacking, quote unquote, will galvanise his support. But in terms of ratings, it's happened here in the United Kingdom with a very successful radio presenter, Sangeeta Maiska, on LBC, critical of I think Israel's foreign minister. The next day she was removed from LBC, and they said it was to do with her ratings, and it turned out, after kicking it round the long grass, her ratings were excellent. So I think we're in a very dangerous environment for free speech. I think we should protect it at all costs. I think debating both sides is healthy, and I think humour is probably one of the most effective tools for holding power to account on both sides. That goes for the right, it goes for the left. I think it's really important that we preserve that, and it goes back to ancient times, back to 12th century. That's what court jesters were used for, to speak the truth to power. If we lose that, we're on a slippery slope.
Yes, of course, and humour is always a great thing to have in any society. James Gardner, it was a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for taking your time. Now, Britain's intelligence service, MI6, have launched a new portal on the dark web in a bid to seek out new spies. Potential agents from Russia, China, Iran and North Korea are being targeted in a bid to boost UK security. MI6 boss Sir Richard Moore made the announcement in Istanbul earlier today, saying the agencies were working behind the scenes to keep British people safe, especially from Putin's Russia. Take a quick listen.
I applaud the efforts of President Trump to resolve the conflict, President Zelensky for his willingness to make very difficult compromises, and European leaders working to achieve a just and lasting peace. However, I have seen absolutely no evidence that President Putin has any interest in a negotiated peace short of Ukrainian capitulation. He is stringing us along. To those men and women in Russia who have truths to share and the courage to share them, I invite you to contact MI6. You will be working to bring peace to our continent, to protect the long-term interests and redeem the honour of your country. You will be working with a world-class organisation, and we will do everything in our power to keep you safe. Your needs and aspirations will be paramount. We can help you to make a difference.
Let's speak to Christopher Steele, a former MI6 officer who led the Russia desk at the UK Secret Intelligence Service. Christopher, an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. So,
Hi.
MI6 is launching its own dedicated portal on the dark web in the hope of attracting new spies online. Will this recruitment drive actually work?
Well, it's early days yet and difficult to say. I mean, the experience in the private sector, the private intelligence sector, which I now work in, is relatively positive in that the dark web has become a medium in which you can obtain information of relevance to investigations, for example. However, in general, the information that you glean on the dark web tends to be documentary in nature and quite low grade in a sense, more routine intelligence on people's movements and people's interests and things like that. And not the sort of high-level strategic intelligence on China and Russia that certainly the governments of Western countries are looking for. So it'll be intriguing to see, and we may not know, of course, in due course whether this works or not, but it's certainly worth a try.
In the recruitment video, it says for over 100 years, the bedrock of MI6 has been face-to-face. How safe is it going to be digitally, especially when it now comes to the sophistication of hackers, even when it comes to the dark web and encrypted websites?
Yes, there's an inherent problem with running people as sources remotely, indirectly, and so on. In that, as is said, the bedrock of intelligence relationships is trust based on personal contact and personal history, if you like. But the fact is that in this situation we're in, with particularly countries like Russia, it's extremely difficult for people to travel and so on outside of the country. We have to try and use whatever means we've got for obtaining information. The issue will be, of course, that there is a greater risk, I believe, of disinformation and of fake information, and actually of being set up by the other side. So we'll need to be very careful in triangulating, corroborating information that we get from news sources and to test them out. And I suspect that this will not be a sole means of running news sources. It may be a sort of routine method, and that will be supplemented by face-to-face meetings where those become possible.
In his final public speech as MI6 chief, Richard Moore warned that Putin doesn't want peace and accused China of supporting Russia's war efforts. How concerning do you think this warning is?
I don't think there's anything new in the warning. I think that those of us who have worked on the Ukraine war since it began and have been gathering intelligence on it would tell you that exactly what Richard was saying, that there's no sign that Putin has watered down his war aims. I, for example, don't believe there'll be a lasting and just peace in Ukraine for as long as Putin's in power. Politicians and state representatives have to watch their words in those areas, but that's my fundamental belief. And in terms of China, I think China is in this war for its own benefit. I don't think there's any particular love between Putin and Xi or Russia and China. In fact, quite the opposite. But it suits China particularly to have Russia out front as the pariah state rather than themselves, and for them to profit from things like low-cost energy imports that they're benefiting from Russia at the present time. And I think that it's imperative really on the West to put more pressure on China. And one of the ways that can be done, of course, is in these secondary sanctions that have been referred to, which Trump has applied to India for buying Russian oil, but has so far refrained from applying to China.
And if we just talk a little bit about the threat from Russia, we did hear some information today. NATO intercepted the Russian aircraft that violated Estonian airspace today. And we are seeing these violations more and more. And many people are asking the question, is Russia now trying to provoke NATO countries to test their red lines?
Yeah, I'm sure they are, although I'm also convinced that Russia's armed forces have been so degraded during the course of this war that they don't have the capability to launch a secondary attack on any NATO state, not at the moment. Their objective will be to try and get some kind of win out of Ukraine, or at least a win that they can present to their people, to get some kind of sanctions lift and to rebuild their forces over the next few years, so that in 4 or 5 years they could come back and threaten, say, Estonia or Lithuania. But they certainly will be testing our resolve and our unity. And my fear is that President Trump is not a fully committed ally of Ukraine or of Western democracy. And that's what the Russians sense. And they sense a weakness and a disunity that surrounds Trump and his administration, who are very different from their predecessors and in reality have a very different approach to this than our own government does, say, in the UK.
And it's really interesting because if we think of Russia's President Vladimir Putin, he was former KGB, and it's been really well documented that he is a great manipulator. And do you think that this is something that's been happening behind the scenes when it comes to negotiations and trying to stop the war in Ukraine?
Yeah, I think Putin's great strength in many ways has been to allow Russia to punch above its weight, quite literally. Russia's never had the capability to control and dominate Ukraine or to take on the West, really, either economically or militarily. But he seems to have got the upper hand in personal interactions with people like Angela Merkel, arguably George W. Bush, and now Trump. And that's a very worrying trend. And I think it needs to be called out. And the truth of Russia and Russia's relatively lack of strength and lack of success in this war, after all, has to be put on the table as a way of pressurizing Putin into drawing back. Although, as I say, I personally don't believe that we'll see a proper peace settlement under Putin.
And just one really quick question before I let you go. We're talking about a recruitment drive into MI6. If somebody's interested, what credentials do they need, Christopher?
I don't want to go too much into that, but essentially what you need is to have access to information that can't be obtained by other means. And the higher quality of that information, the better. But I think also there are a whole load of personal attributes, bravery, discretion, self-discipline, and everything else that comes into play in a good source. And it's a relationship that develops at a very deep level of trust. And trust takes a long time to build up and is lost very rapidly. And so that's the basis, I think, of human intelligence work.
Christopher Steele, it was a pleasure to chat to you. Thank you so much for your analysis and insights. Now, President Trump and his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping, have held a phone conversation. President Trump said it was a productive call and that he appreciates the TikTok approval. Meanwhile, Xi Jinping confirmed the talks were positive and said that the country's position on the social media platform is indeed clear. Now, for more on this, I'm joined by economist Laurie Laird. Laurie, welcome to you. How are you? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Leigh Ann.
Happy Friday to you too. Same thought there. Let's get in a little bit to what's been going on today. So President Xi Jinping says China's position on TikTok is clear. However, President Trump thanked China for TikTok approval. Oh, reading between the lines, are we any closer to a deal at all? Everything just seems so uncertain.
I feared you would ask me about this, Leigh Ann, and I'm going to try and come up with some sort of insight. This really caught me by surprise because we had the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, meeting in Spain with a number of other luminaries earlier this week. He said on Tuesday that a deal was done. He didn't want to preempt an announcement. He wanted Donald Trump to announce it. What we got here is a mishmash. I have absolutely no idea what is going on here. I think that what we can assume, reading between the lines, is the fate of TikTok has become intertwined with a whole lot of other economic issues. One is China's attitude toward a couple of tech companies. China recently, earlier this week, dropped an antitrust investigation into Google, but announced one into NVIDIA. Weirdly, it announced an antitrust investigation into NVIDIA that it had already improved. This feels like leverage to me. And of course, we still have lots of uncovered things in trade talks. So I think the fate of TikTok has been lumped in with all of these other unresolved issues. The immediacy of resolving TikTok, though, has gone away. Earlier this week, the government extended yet again a congressional mandate that said that there had to be a resolution by Wednesday. The two sides now have until December to sort this out. And remember, a year ago, or it was actually less than a year ago, but in January, it was meant to be TikTok was under U.S. ownership or it went dark. Right? That has been extended 4 times, and now there are still a couple more months to play with. So you and I will be discussing this at a later date, I am sure.
Yes, I know what you mean. It does seem quite confusing, and a lot of people are asking big questions like who's going to own TikTok in the US? We don't know any of this, lots of speculation. But we should also remember one thing in America, 170 million people use TikTok. That's absolutely huge. And we know President Donald Trump, even though he did sign the executive order to get rid of it in his first term, has come back and said, actually, TikTok helped me get re-elected into the White House. How important is this deal for US consumers and the people who have their lives and businesses on TikTok?
I think that we can, you've hit it on the head. I think that we can assume now that right of center politicians have realized that TikTok and other social media platforms are not their enemy. I think there was a feeling in Donald Trump's first term that social media was run by tech bros in California who are all Democratic supporting. And that was part of the reason I think that Donald Trump in his first term was so adamant that TikTok had to go. But now we're seeing that the right of center has learned to use these platforms extremely effectively. As you say, 170 million people are looking at TikTok. They're not all looking at political content. And in fact, I think I'm one of the few people I know that's never been on TikTok. Maybe when we're done, I'll take a look at that. But I think that now that politicians of all stripes have learned how to use this effectively, they're not that keen on letting it go. One of the most successful politicians this year here in the UK is a guy called Nigel Farage, who is leading the Reform Party, which is quite right of center. He is by far the most skilled social media performer and has used TikTok to such strength. One thing that's interesting is the Financial Times, which is a credible source, as you know, reported earlier this week that part of the agreement that we thought was coming allowed China to hold on to control of the TikTok algorithm. That is very interesting because this is what the U.S. said they did not want. Initially, it was because they thought it was a security risk, but now the feeling is that perhaps, the Chinese algorithm can be pro-China propaganda down those pipes.
And also, Laurie, I'm afraid we're out of time, but they also say the algorithm with TikTok is very addictive and much better than the others. So let's see what happens next. Laurie Laird, thank you so much.
On it, right?
Thank you so much for joining us. Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have signed a joint strategic defense agreement in Riyadh. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman met with Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, reaffirming the long-standing relationship between the two nations. The signed agreement states that any aggression against either country shall be considered an aggression against both. Earlier, Arabiya English presenter Tom Burges Watson spoke to Pakistani government spokesman Musaddiq Malik. Take a listen.
In an exclusive interview here on Arabiya English, we'll be getting the latest on a defence pact signed between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. Any attack on either nation will be considered an attack on both. Well, the strategic mutual defence agreement was signed during a visit to the kingdom by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who held talks with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Well, I'll be speaking to Musaddiq Malik, who is a Pakistani government spokesperson, for all the details on that deal. Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have signed a defence pact pledging that any attack on either nation will be considered an attack on both. Well, the strategic mutual defence agreement was signed during a visit to the kingdom by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who held talks with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the Al Yamama Palace. Well, in a statement, the visiting Pakistani Prime Minister thanked the Crown Prince for his, quote, keen interest in expanding Saudi investments, trade and business ties. Well, accompanying the Pakistani Prime Minister on that visit to Riyadh was Musaddiq Malik, who is a Pakistani government spokesperson who joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
My pleasure.
Now, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have a strong and historic relationship. Military ties between the two countries go back decades. Why is this deal so significant in your opinion?
I think it's the relationship that you're referring to, which goes back since the creation of Pakistan. And frankly, if you look at the roots of this relationship, they go back 1,400, 1,500 years. So the brotherhood that had historically, I think, has manifested itself in various forms. At every juncture when Pakistan has needed support, the kingdom has been by the Pakistani side. Whether it was economic development or defense-related matters or diplomacy, the kingdom was already there and always there. And same goes for Pakistan. If you walk down the streets of Pakistan, you would find out that even a common man would say that we are going to be there by the side of our Saudi brethren if the two holy mosques are ever attacked. And it needed no treaty. Every Pakistani would tell you the same. So I think what was implicit before and unstated has taken the form of a treaty. And that's the most significant part of this treaty, that it's now kind of a relationship which is documented, but this relationship has been there forever.
Okay, so let's talk about what's been agreed on. An attack on one nation means an attack on both. And I want to ask you, what message does that send out to the world?
I think it sends out the message of brotherhood, and it sends out the same message that the North Atlantic Treaty gave to the world, that this is not offensive, this is not aggressive, this is not against anyone. This is a defensive treaty where countries who have cultural ties, who have religious ties, who have all kinds of relationships, economic relationships, other relationships, they come together and they're going to exchange technology, they're going to exchange training, they're going to share innovations, and they're going to have joint military exercises to make sure that the experiences that we've had over the past several decades being extremely better, battle hard, and has, we share them and become a formidable force.
Okay, just talk us through some of the details of the deal. What concretely does it provide for?
I mean, it's kind of like many other defensive. I think the best way of looking at it is to look at NATO. It's not an aggressive treaty. It doesn't fight for attacking anyone. But if any of the countries in NATO framework are attacked, it would be deemed as if all of them have been attacked. So we've had this relationship or tacit understanding for several decades, or frankly forever. It's just that we have now articulated it in the form of a treaty.
Okay, and do you think this deal is going to make the region safer? And as an extension of that question, do you think the deal could be extended to other countries in the Gulf?
I think very good relationships, very deep relationships with other countries. But the kind of relationship that we have with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is unprecedented. So I'm not terribly sure how our relationship with other countries would pan out. But if there was a larger work, and I'm not committing to anything, but I would like to believe that if there was a larger framework which created more stability and more peace, Pakistan is always open to discuss that lead to peace and stability. So we would take into account anything that comes our way, but only in the way of something that creates peace and stability in the region and doesn't create any, we don't want to be part of anything that destabilizes the region.
Okay, and of course you've just come back from Riyadh, and I saw all the flags there welcoming the Pakistani delegation to the Saudi capital in the last few days. As well as strengthening defence cooperation with the kingdom, just tell us what else was agreed during that state visit.
I think this round was exclusively about our defence agreement. And we spoke about a lot of different elements of that, including, as I mentioned to you earlier, exercises, technologies, and sharing, intelligence sharing, technology sharing, and so on and so forth. So this visit was primarily focused on that.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Musaddiq Malik, Pakistani government spokesperson, thank you very much for your time, sir. Well, you can see that exclusive interview in full on our Saudi business show, The Real Deal, which airs as ever on Monday.
A reminder of our top stories. The fallout over comedian Jimmy Kimmel's comments about the killing of Charlie Kirk continues. US TV hosts support him as Trump threatens other TV networks that are negative about him. Britain's intelligence service MI6 have launched a new portal on the dark web in a bid to seek out new spies in Russia, China, Iran and North Korea. President Trump and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping hold a productive and positive call, with Trump saying he appreciates the TikTok approval. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
In an exclusive interview here on Arabiya English, we'll be getting the latest on a defence pact signed between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. Any attack on either nation will be considered an attack on both. Well, this strategic mutual defence agreement was signed during a visit to the kingdom by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who held talks with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Well, I'll be speaking to Musaddiq Malik, who is a Pakistani government spokesperson, for all the details on that deal. Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have signed a defence pact pledging that any attack on either nation will be considered an attack on both. Well, this strategic mutual defence agreement was signed during a visit to the kingdom by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who held talks with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the Al Yamama Palace. Well, in a statement, the visiting Pakistani Prime Minister thanked the Crown Prince for his, quote, keen interest in expanding Saudi investments, trade and business ties. Well, accompanying the Pakistani Prime Minister on that visit to Riyadh was Musaddiq Malik, who is a Pakistani government spokesperson who joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
My pleasure.
Now, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have a strong and historic relationship. Military ties between the two countries go back decades. Why is this deal so significant in your opinion?
I think it's the relationship that you're referring to, which goes back since the creation of Pakistan. And frankly, if you look at the roots of this relationship, they go back 1,400, 1,500 years. So the brotherhood that had historically, I think, has manifested itself in various ways. At every juncture when Pakistan has needed support, the kingdom has been by the Pakistani side. Whether it was economic development or defense-related matters or diplomacy, the kingdom was already there and always there. And same goes for Pakistan. If you walk down the streets of Pakistan, you would find out that even a common man would say that we are going to be there by the side of our Saudi brethren if the two holy mosques are ever attacked. And it needed no treaty. Every Pakistani would tell you the same. So I think what was implicit before and unstated has taken the form of a treaty. And that's the most significant part of this treaty, that it's now kind of a relationship which is documented. But this relationship has been there forever.
OK, so let's talk about what's been agreed on. An attack on one nation means an attack on both. And I want to ask you, what message does that send out to the world?
I think it sends out the message of brotherhood. and it sends out the same message that the North Atlantic Treaty gave to the world, that this is not offensive, this is not aggressive, this is not against anyone. This is a defensive treaty where countries who have cultural ties, who have religious ties, who have all kinds of relationships, economic relationships, other relationships, they come together and they're going to exchange technology, they're going to exchange training, they're going to share innovations, and they're going to have joint military exercises to make sure that the experiences that we've had over the past several decades being extremely better, battle hard, and has, we share them and become a formidable force.
Okay, just talk us through some of the details of the deal. What concretely does it provide for?
I mean, it's kind of like many other defensive. I think the best way of looking at it is to look at NATO. It's not an aggressive treaty. It doesn't fight for attacking anyone. But if any of the countries in NATO framework are attacked, it would be deemed as if all of them have been attacked. So we've had this relationship or tacit understanding for several decades, or frankly forever. It's just that we've now articulated it in the form of a treaty.
Okay, and do you think this deal is going to make the region safer? And as an extension of that question, do you think the deal could be extended to other countries in the Gulf?
I think very good relationships, very deep relationships with other countries. But the kind of relationship that we have with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is unprecedented. So I'm not terribly sure how our relationship with other countries would pan out. But if there was a larger work, and I'm not committing to anything, but I would like to believe that if there was a larger framework which created more stability and more peace, Pakistan is always open to discuss that lead to peace and stability. So we would take into account anything that comes our way, but only in the way of something that creates peace and stability in the region and doesn't create any, we don't want to be part of anything that destabilizes the region.
Okay, and of course, you've just come back from Riyadh, and I saw all the flags there welcoming the Pakistani delegation to the Saudi capital in the last few days, as well as strengthening defence cooperation with the kingdom. Just tell us what else was agreed during that state visit.
I think this round was exclusively about our defence agreement. And we spoke about a lot of different elements of that, including, as I mentioned to you earlier, exercises, technologies, and sharing, intelligence sharing, technology sharing, and so on and so forth. So this visit was primarily focused on that.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Musaddiq Malik, Pakistani government spokesperson, thank you very much for your time, sir. Well, you can see that exclusive interview in full on our Saudi business show, The Real Deal, which airs as ever on Monday.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer, in that Oval Office, somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? or a Blinken to a Trump. I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper competent or incompetent office. But you say it's true. Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Oslo, one of the world's largest capital cities, Oslo. What's remarkable about the place is only 20% of the area has been developed, and the rest of it are parks, protected forests, hills, and lakes. Parks and open spaces are essential in Oslo's landscape, and they can easily be accessed from almost any point from the city. The center is very convenient, with trails and passages that connect to the public spaces and pedestrian-friendly areas. Just the same, amid its natural attractions, Oslo likewise boasts a rich cultural scene you should see. Among its famous landmarks are the sculptures of Gustav Vigeland. You can stroll through the town center to witness many of its historical structures. One of the popular attractions is the 1,000-year-old Viking ship. Get to know the Norwegian capital better by walking through the old neighborhoods in the Oslo fjord. The districts are near the famous landmarks, such as the National Opera and Ballet Building, a testament to their rich culture. Then, of course, there's the popular Akershus Fortress. It offers great views of the harbors. Nearby, there is the Museum of the Norwegian Resistance and a chapel which houses the remains of the original medieval castle. You'll also see the weapons of the armed forces and find out about their defense groups. There's the Center of Government and Administration, the City Hall and Parliament. The City Hall is one of Oslo's greatest landmarks. It is enormously huge, with an imposing square building that's built of concrete faced with brick. One of the towers has the 38 bells that you can hear all the way to the harbor area. The hall is filled with sculptures and relics, and the interiors are magnificent too. It was built and designed by the most famous Norwegian artists. Parks and open spaces are the pride of Oslo, and one of the famous ones is the celebrated Vigeland Sculpture Park. You'll be amazed at its lush green grounds that are decorated with figures of bronze, granite, and forged iron. These figures represent human emotions, from happiness to despair. A trip to the Big Døy Peninsula is also great for its historical background and fantastic scenery. You'll definitely marvel at how these were made in the eras back then. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
At the recent Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit in Tianjin, Russia and China advanced the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline, signing a key memorandum between Gazprom and CNPC. The project, routed through Mongolia, is designed to supply 50 BCM a year, nearly the same volume once set to Germany via Nord Stream 1. For Russia, this is a strategic reorientation of gas exports away from Europe towards Asia post the Ukraine war. For China, Power of Siberia 2 strengthens long-term energy security by diversifying pipeline imports alongside LNG. However, critical commercial details remain open. Until those are resolved, the pipeline's geopolitical significance might outweigh its immediate commercial reality. With me to discuss the strategic and market ramifications of this new pipeline is Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Tatiana, thank you for coming on the show. And let's begin with this. China is one of the two biggest LNG importers in the world this decade and is forecast to lead LNG demand growth in the years to come as it switches from coal to gas. Although gas will not flow in the Power of Siberia before 2030 at least, how can it change the game for the global LNG markets, particularly for US LNG projects waiting for final investment decisions?
Thank you, Nasser, and thank you for inviting me and for great question. Indeed, a Power of Siberia 2, even without real contract signed, starts already to change the global LNG market game and all the perceptions of the market players, first of all. Just a little bit of historical perspective. We are now approaching to the third large LNG wave of new projects. The first wave was like 100 BCM, the second wave was 200 BCM, the third wave is 350. So the market is already preparing to a huge gas glut. The prices are supposed to go down to the benefit of the customers, but the competition will be really fierce. And in this very situation, when suddenly the market learns that probably post-2030 there will be additional 50 BCM of pipeline gas from Russia to China to the key growth area, this means that probably certain projects that are now approaching FID will not see the future. They will not become bankable because banks are also investigating the market realities, assessing supply-demand balance, and they will see that it will be extremely difficult to get their money back. So certain projects in the US, first of all, might be put on hold, but also the others struggling to attract financing and to proceed, like in Mozambique, for example. For them, it's really bad news, though, as you've mentioned at the very beginning, there is no real deal at the moment. It's just expectations, but you know how the expectations can affect markets.
Of course, Tatiana, the memorandum, although set to be binding, lacks any details, which means further negotiations are forthcoming. What are the contract parameters that you would be looking for, and who or which party you think has the upper hand on each of those factors?
Well, short spoiler, China has.
Absolutely.
Obviously, everywhere. Russia desperately needs this project, first of all, for the geopolitical reasons, but also to somehow monetize gas, which became stranded after real termination of relationship with the European countries. So this memorandum, it has the volume, 50 BCM, as you've mentioned. It has the route fixed via Mongolia, and Mongolia has confirmed and is really interested in proceeding with this project. What is missing is, first of all, price, the key parameter. And here, as far as I can see from all the rumors and leakages, it's always very confidential issue. But the key bargaining is between the price, this is price similar to Power of Siberia 1. This is a request from Gazprom. It is oil-linked, but it is actually at the moment the cheapest imported gas that China has. So it is already several times cheaper than the price Gazprom had in Europe. But China is requesting even lower price for the second pipeline. They are actually talking about the price equal to the Russian domestic gas tariff for the industrial consumers, which is about $120 per 1,000 cubic meters. It's like $1.5 per MMBtu. It is extremely low. So somewhere in this range, they will find a balance. The second key parameter is take-or-pay volume. So the volume that a customer is obliged to pay for, whether takes it or not. In normal contracts, in most standard, it's about 80–85%. In this case, China is insisting on just 50% take-or-pay level, which is extremely low, and which means that China would be able to offtake just 25 BCM out of this 50 BCM capacity and keep the rest as an emergency insurance in case if it needs additional gas. But it also means that the period of payback for Russia is becoming much longer. When you cannot predict the load, it's really quite challenging. The third issue is financing. Who will pay for the pipeline construction? Obviously, China will finance the segment on its own territory, but who will pay for the Russian segment? For Power of Siberia 1 and for another pipeline to China from Russia, which is called Far Eastern Route, it is Gazprom, which is paying everything. China refused in 2014 to provide any loans or any advanced payment for this construction. For Power of Siberia 2, there was an indication from Alexei Miller, CEO of Gazprom, that they are discussing these financing issues. What will be the result, I do not know, but it is really important for the project economics, at least for the Russian side. And fourth, last but not least, of course, it's timing. When exactly they are planning to start. Russia was ready back in 2023. They've prepared already all the project documentation, all the permits, everything. But China, as you see, is not in a hurry. It's like postponing the project. And probably, though we are discussing early 2030s, it can go further to the right. It can be postponed for another 5 years, as it happened with Power of Siberia 1, which took 10 years for China to make a final decision and to really start the project. So these four key uncertainties, which means that there is a lot of further tough negotiations forthcoming.
Surely. But how can the Power of Siberia 2, Tatiana, make China a bigger swing player in the global gas markets once that pipeline gets built and gas starts to flow?
Excellent question, and it refers to this take-or-pay condition which I've mentioned. So if China will succeed to obtain 50% take-or-pay level, then it means that it will have 25 BCM of flexible capacity. That's a lot. And even without vast underground storages, China will be able to play in the market. It will have this arbitrage between pipeline gas from Russia and LNG all over the world. And if you add to that the fact that during the past few years, Chinese companies have built incredibly efficient trading capacities, both in oil and in gas, that means that they will be able actually to, well, manipulate the market. Yeah, they will have this flexibility. They will be able either to resell LNG cargoes that they do not need, as it was happening back in 2022, or when this undemanded LNG was going to Europe and actually saved Europe from a real gas collapse after Russian gas flows stopped. Or it is happening right now. Yeah, this LNG goes to Europe, the one that China doesn't need, because actually, though, at the very beginning, you've mentioned that China is the biggest and fastest growing LNG consumer in the world. The last year wasn't really good enough. So Chinese LNG imports actually went down. So there are also some concerns about future China's gas demand. And if Chinese buyers are negotiating now with any LNG producer, what they say is, we will have, let's say, $1.52 per MMBtu for Russian gas. So what can you propose us? What is your value proposition in this case? Yeah, so it's a lot of bargaining
Gives them a lot of leverage, indeed.
Exactly.
Tatiana, let's move from the market implications to the strategic implications. Strategically, vis-a-vis the United States, what does POS2 mean from Russia's standpoint, especially after the overtures from Trump and the Alaska summit between Trump and Putin?
Well, the broader context of all these dances between Putin and Trump is, I think, led by Trump's desire to split China and Russia strategically, because this alliance is really becoming threatening. Russia having not only enormous resources, not only energy, but also materials, minerals, everything, and nuclear weapons, and China with all its economic and military capacity, that already looks like quite a frightening bloc. So agreeing to give some concessions via Ukraine, sanctions, Trump seemed to be hoping to actually attract Putin to the other side. And their Alaska summit, when they've mentioned different Arctic economic cooperation projects and all this stuff, it looked like a signal that probably Putin is turning to the US. But 10 days later, with all these Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit rhetorics, with the military parade, which Putin also attended, and with Power of Siberia 2 memorandum, for me it looks like a clear signal that Putin has chosen China's side at the moment. Maybe he is waiting for additional concessions from the US. Maybe it is like the final word, we will see. But for China, which was very slow to confirm this memorandum, by the way, on the official level, while Russia immediately started to celebrate, China was not actually confirming for a period. So China definitely leaves some window for further negotiations, both with Russia and with the US. So it's this big trilateral geopolitical game ongoing.
Okay, so despite, Tatiana, China having the upper hand on the POS2 negotiations, isn't it safe to say that China also does need Russian gas, given that the US LNG is stuck in that trade war currently taking shape between Washington, D.C. and Beijing. Also, Qatar LNG is susceptible to the Hormuz closures in any future wars on Iran. And furthermore, Australian LNG is not so politically dependable either for China. So does Beijing need to secure the reliability of the Russian piped gas, especially before Putin could be swayed by Trump towards the West with promises of sanctions relief and so on? Do you think this is what finally moved the needle for China on the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline?
Exactly, Nasser. That is our reading. So we were asking ourselves at Columbia, why now? What changed? For so many years, China was actually putting this project on hold, and now suddenly they decided to make quite a significant step, though not final, but still. As you've mentioned, first of all, Iran-Israeli war and this threat of Hormuz closure, it really became quite a wake-up call for Chinese authorities, who were always very much preoccupied by energy security, but now it was so close that they started to reassess reliability of the supplies from the Gulf. Then the U.S. trade war. And again, during the last year, actually, China stopped importing U.S. LNG. They've already basically refused from it. So, as I mentioned, there is a lot of LNG around the world forthcoming in the next couple of years. So I think China will be able to replace the U.S. LNG by the other suppliers. But they need an insurance. They need some hedge. And therefore, Power of Siberia 2, though it's not absolutely the must for Chinese gas balance at the moment, it's something like nice to have, just in case, just to be sure that if there is maritime blockade, either in Hormuz or in the China Sea, if anything happens with the pipeline gas, which is going through common border and through Mongolia, you don't expect any big problems. And as the world is becoming more fragmented and confrontational, it seems to be a smart move from China's side. And also don't forget about price. It will be very cheap gas, which will support China's industrial policy and global competitiveness. So China is not losing anything, but it wins quite a lot.
Tatiana, fascinating, of course, discussions with regards to the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline, what it means for the markets and strategically for both China and Russia vis-a-vis the West. Thank you so much for coming on the show and sharing your thoughts. Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment,
compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Seattle. Seattle's best. Get to know its finest characteristics and what makes it such a unique city that's worth getting to know. For one, Seattle is surrounded by water. It's got a great historic seafaring culture too. You'll find so many water-related activities to do in the city. You can go fishing, sailing, scuba diving, kayaking, paddleboarding, surfing, and commuting by ferry. Next is its coffee. After all, this is where Starbucks was founded in 1971. The city has earned its nickname as Fueled by Coffee. Here, you'll also find Seattle's best, Tully's, Top Pot, Cherry Street, Pete's, Cafe Ladro, Victrola, and Espresso Vivace. Its coffee scene is thriving with commercial, independent, and artisanal espresso roasters and cafes. There can never be too many places to grab a cup of coffee. Here in Seattle, the more coffee places, the merrier. Seattle is also known for its nature parks. Did you know that it's surrounded by about 30 national parks? This means more opportunity for outdoor activity. Seattle is a city where you can find beaches, glaciers, waterfalls, and rainforests. Imagine all that in one place. Meanwhile, it is also known to have a reputation for being a culinary destination. Seattle is home to many critically acclaimed world-class chefs. The city can in fact be considered a farmer's market, locavore, and seafood culture. The people in Seattle usually like to buy food products that's within their area of residence as a way of supporting their neighbors and the natural resources. And last but not least is its culture. Seattle is known to be a place friendly to any race, gender preference, families, you name it. It has in fact gained the title of being one of America's best cities for families. The city has also a remarkable LGBT population. Many of its residents also hold a commendable bachelor's degree or higher. Family-friendly fairs, festivals, markets, restaurants, and activities make it a well-loved city for families to settle in. It's a pet-friendly place too, and you can expect a playground anywhere nearby. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Morning. Happy wedding week. You have a lot on your plate. Let us know how we can help.
Maybe someone could help me write my wedding vows.
How about this? I, Anna, take you, Eric, a man whose daughter is a little demon thing with an obnoxious accent.
What is taking so long? We wouldn't want to be off schedule, innit?
First of all, welcome to the Freakier Club. How does it feel touring with Jamie and Lindsay?
Oh, it's so wonderful. They're great.
How was the experience of meeting the fans there, and how did you feel their expectations were?
Everyone was so excited just to be there and to feel that energy and to see what we had to, to give and offer. And I feel like that electric energy really helped, especially in the moment.
Yeah, I think I underestimated how many fans there still are and are. This is all very new for me, and I'm just so grateful and excited. And it's been such a wonderful journey since when we first met to now through filming. And honestly, we wrapped the movie less than a year ago. So this is all just like, go, start, let's go, do it. Yeah, it's so fun.
How did you girls work with Lindsay and Jamie, and what do you think about them? I mean, there's something really special about each one of those girls.
Yes, they're so lovely, and they're such trustworthy and trusting people where they can give and receive love so flawlessly, and it's beautiful because they're both mothers and they are both very maternal, and I think that I can come to either of them about anything, and creatively or emotionally. It's about the technique of working with them. We all live life through context, so being able to build that past, like you were saying with the London, and why does Lily want to be in London? Building that context through character work and movement coaching and developing a past for these characters when they're so new to us, so that we can feel like they're a little bit more lived in. I think that was really, really influential to how we actually played these characters.
Yeah, absolutely.
The final question is about fashion and music, the favorite topics of everyone. How much were those two things a very important element to the film for you girls?
It's so important because when you're a character, or when you're playing a new character, especially in a body swap, it's wardrobe, makeup, hair, environment. It's so important. And a lot of times people create playlists of music to listen to as their character. Like Jamie does that, and she wears different perfumes as her different characters. I think that's such an interesting, that's such a fun little nugget of information to take with you.
Girls, that doesn't work.
Ow! Ow! I think I just peed a little.
Hey girls, how are you?
Good. Hello, Raya.
Hello, nice to see you, Jamie.
Nice to see you too.
How's everything?
Very good, thank you.
Having a great day.
I'm sure you're having a great tour because I anticipated excitement about this, but I think it's gone beyond the excitement. Everybody's like so much waiting for it, isn't it? Do you feel that energy?
Yes.
Without question.
Yeah. And it's an incredible feeling.
It's one of those feelings you can't describe to people. Like I call home, my husband says, "How's it going?" I really can't describe it to him because you have to really be there and feel it. Lindsay and I were on the red carpet for the UK premiere. There was a moment after everybody else was taken away and the two of us were standing there, we were holding hands. And in that moment, we looked at each other. It was like, wow. Because we've been talking about it for a long time.
You've walked in each other's path. You learned a lesson that may serve you again.
Okay, that's enough.
Thank
you very much.
One more thing. Right over there is a QR code that you can tip me with.
Did you discuss throughout the years what they would become? Did you already have a sequel in your mind before it was?
No.
We discussed just things as friends.
We've just been friends for all these years. But then as soon as it was clear that we could make a Freaky Friday sequel, then the conversation, but by the way, I didn't write it. It wasn't like I went to Disney and said, here's the story. You know, that's why God invented writers. It was just the spark of saying, Lindsay's down for it, I'm down for it, she's the right age, let's go.
Change the hearts you know are wrong to reach the place where you belong.
Oh my God, what is happening? Okay, it's who am I? It's me. It's Mom. If you're me and I'm you, then who's that? I'm Grandma, sweetheart.
It was a different experience for me because I became a mother in the between. Was it?
Oh, you too.
Yeah, exactly.
How old is your child?
She's 9.
Oh, wow. This is a perfect age.
Yeah.
So how much did it change the experience now that we are all mothers? For you?
Oh, a lot. I mean, especially being able to play a mom for the first time on screen and knowing what it feels like to be a mom and the things that we juggle and how we multitask and everything how our lives change for this more beautiful reason when we have kids. It was different for me to play a role like that on screen. And also it was refreshing for me to get to play Anna in a very different light as a mother, because we only know her as someone who's like kind of grumpy and figuring herself out, and not always grumpy, but she complained a bit. And I think Anna's changed now.
Last time, we convinced everyone that we were each other until we switched back.
I didn't want to be a part of this family, and now I'm part of some dodgy family curse, and I'm the eldest.
Anna's wardrobe has always been there, but Tessa's wardrobe in this one is very exciting. So tell us about how you worked on it, Jamie.
Let me say this. It's not Tessa's wardrobe. It's Lily's wardrobe. It's what Lily does to Tessa's wardrobe. Not my style. Let me just say this out loud. Lily, as a teenager, is very different than both Anna was as a teenager and Harper.
Yeah.
Lily is almost like a mini adult, right? She puts on the airs of being very sophisticated, and she knows Anna Wintour. And so it's harder to differentiate physically. So the clothes really helped. The language helped. The hand gestures help differentiate between the two of us.
All you have to do is reunite her with her first love.
Very good.
Flip your hair. Good. Big moves. Bite your lip. Not your top lip, your bottom lip.
I know what this is.
You're having a stroke.
No, I just need to go to the bathroom.
How excited do you feel, Lindsay, that this is very much of an empowering kind of film, you know? There's now 4 strong women in this story.
Oh, I think it's beautiful. I think we don't really see enough movies like this. You don't get a lot of stories where it's walk a mile in my shoes. Try to understand me so that I can understand you better. And the fact that they're all forced into understanding each other and what comes out of it is so beautiful, I think is a necessity right now today for women to see and just everyone to see. Yeah, I think it's a beautiful story.
Nice car.
It's totally mine.
She thinks you're cute.
I do not.
Yes, she does.
I do.
She so does.
Dr. Coleman?
Oh my God, go.
That's my therapist.
H-O-T-T-O-G-O.
Let's do this.
How exciting is it to revisit those characters? I mean, they're unlike anything else.
Honestly, I was looking so much forward to doing this film, and it was just a lovely experience filming it. It's, as always, a huge pleasure to work with Bob and with the kids and all of the characters that we've, had the pleasure of bringing back from the first film. And at the same time, then, adding to that, Colin Hanks and Sharon Stone and all these other amazing other characters. It was really, really great.
Is it very adrenaline driven? Because, there's a lot of action, but it's also quite emotional.
That's why I love this film from the get-go, from the first film. Because there's like this tenderness between Hutch and Becca and like this sort of persistence in loving each other through the crises of life. Bob in the first film is your typical guy who's forced to do a normal life.
Yes.
And to suppress a truth about himself in doing so. Because at some point there's been a pact. The past is in the past. We're now raising kids. In Nobody One, that obviously went to smithereens. And now in the second one, Hutch and Becca are working on finding a balance between work and family. And it's that balance, that work-life balance, that is also an underrunning joke in the film.
I also loved, the location shooting in this one. How much fun was it to kind of recreate that world?
On the first day at work, Bob showed me like this incredible real video from the 80s of what it looked like when, people took their kids to vacation to this kind of vacation village, with a park and rides and like a carny experience and so on. And I was just like, that will be really hard to recreate. And then I came on set and they had totally created it. And it was amazing.
We all have different sides. But most of all, you're a dad. Go fix this.
It's very exciting to revisit these characters from an audience point of view. But for you, do you keep his backstory in mind? Is he the kind of character that kind of stays with you? Also, obviously, with the writing.
Absolutely. I was a part of inventing the character and the story of the first film. Some parts of it are built out of my own actual life. My family had 2 break-ins and left me with a lot of feelings I wanted to act out on screen. But, of course, much of it is invented, and we have ideas in our conversations, myself and Derek, about who these characters are, what their backstory is, and where they might be headed.
I've come to terms with the fact that you don't have an average job.
You guys having fun at the convention?
Is he an exhausting character to play, although that enjoyable? Because he is mentally exhausted as a character.
Yeah, he is. He is. You're right. There's a lot of weight on him. And from the way he processes the world and the rage that I guess he's born with, that's in his DNA, we could say. So yes, characters like that are exhausting, as was Saul Goodman. Saul Goodman is not me, and I'm not like him. And there's a lot of joy in him as well, and hope. But these are guys who are burdened to a great extent. And that's true of Hutch for sure. And they can be exhausting to play, yeah.
And summer break's just a few days away.
We should do something strictly family time.
Come on, kids. It can be an adventure.
How did the idea of the holiday and making up that holiday world come about?
We had talked about it being he wants to go on vacation, and the first outline by Derek Kolstad had Hutch and Becca in Italy. Poor Hutch and poor Bob Odenkirk do not get to go to Italy. They don't get to. That's for other people. Hutch gets to go to the same place he went to when he was a kid. And I called Derek, the writer, and I said, what about the Wisconsin Dells? Luckily, Derek grew up in Madison, Wisconsin, and he knew exactly what I was talking about. It's a vacation town in the middle of Wisconsin that I went to as a kid. So we made up Plummerville, and we took them to a rinky-dink, somewhat weathered, old little vacation town that you go to when you can't afford to fly to Hawaii or go to Disneyland. And that's where he takes his family, and they're trying to make the best of it, but they're unimpressed.
They're trying to make those memories he longs for.
Well, he does make memories.
He definitely is unforgettable.
Yes.
Hey, city boy.
Hey.
Get out of here. Let's go right now.
I understand protecting your sister, but there are other ways to handle things. I left my phone.
Hutch, no.
So unforgettable, how much fun was it to gather the supporting cast for this one and have, the likes of Sharon Stone have way too much fun?
Yeah, it is a joy to put this group together. John Ortiz is a beautiful guy and a joy to work with. Colin Hanks, when I wrote to him and asked, would you play a really, really bad guy? It was wonderful that he said yes. Sharon Stone, I said, please play the biggest, baddest villain you can imagine if you're willing to do so. Connie Nielsen and the crew of my family, Christopher Lloyd and Rizza, always happy to rejoin us. Their energy and their good vibes are always appreciated. But let me mention Paisley Catarath and Gage Monroe, who play my kids. In particular, I want to thank Paisley Catarath, who plays Sammy, who was just perfectly dialed in as far as being a girl who is just barely still a little girl, but not so much anymore.
Go fix this.
I told you.
I'm on vacation!
Best you can do. I've got to fly back to London. I need you to take care of my cat.
I like cats.
I like dogs.
How are you guys?
Hi.
You having fun doing this together?
Yes, we are actually.
We are.
It always makes the process easier when the team gets along. So tell us a bit about the atmosphere on these types of sets.
Oh, wow. I mean,
it was good.
It was good. I mean, we all liked each other.
We laughed.
We laughed a lot. This was not a huge budget film. I think we've all, like the last few things we've all done have probably been bigger budgets. And sometimes I feel like in the smaller budgets, when you're in spaces where you have to be with each other and interacting, you know.
Going back to a trailer.
Yeah, we weren't going back to our trailers in between every scene. We were all like being held together because they call it actors holding area.
Yeah.
But we got a chance to really laugh a lot. You know?
Yeah, and you know, as you, I don't know if you've seen the film, but there's some quite interesting characters in it, in the story, but also in life they were quite interesting, quite extreme. Yeah. He cast quite big personalities, Darren.
Fully.
These guys you messed up with, they're scary monsters.
This is easily a very fun character to play, extremely colorful, but very layered as well. So how much fun did you have with those characters that are kind of very different from what I assume you guys are in real life?
Yeah, I mean, sadly, I'm not. I sort of wish I was a bit more like Russ in many ways and just didn't really give a flying what's it about that, you know. I think. Yeah, I really admire that about the attitude of punk. It's like, I don't care, this is my idea about the world and I'm going to pursue it, irregardless of how I look or what other people think about how I look or how I act. So I sort of learned a lot of him in that way. Yeah, but it was fun. I got that cool haircut every day. I got to dress. There's a great sense of style to being a punk, which, you know, ticked a box for me. And I loved how sort of demanding he was.
Yes. He was demanding that, right?
Regina.
He demanded attention all the time.
What did you get me into?
Welcome to Narnia.
It's a huge amount of cash, and you're their fall guy.
And for you, Regina, what was the main inspiration for the role? She's, you know, we don't want to give too much away, but she's a layered character.
Yes. I mean, I guess, you know, to have the opera, I've played a New York cop before, but totally different cop. And just the opportunity to play a cop again, and I feel like people could see Miss Congeniality too and see Caught Stealing, and those are two totally different women. There are differences between all the characters you've played.
Everyone gets a cut. The Russians, the Puerto Ricans, the Hebrews.
Was New York a character for you? Because New York is full of, you know, characters that feel that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But it was wonderful, a wonderful, vivid character.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. They're already wrapping me up, but congrats on the film.
Thank you.
Cheers, you guys. Bye-bye.
I like you, Hank.
Drink them if you got them.
Let's go back to your place and you can take advantage of my poor judgment.
I depend on your poor judgment.
I want to know if I can take this seriously.
What do you need to take us seriously?
How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
How are you?
Very good, very good. Congrats on the film. I want to know how the atmosphere is on set, because New York is such a character in the film.
We had a great time. It was so nice to shoot in New York, and especially when we were on location and night shoots, Lower East Side, weekends, like, or Friday nights, you know. It was like, it's rowdy, and it does kind of like give you so much energy, and it's so fun to shoot in the city.
For me, it's a psychological thriller embedded in an action film. Did you feel the same, Austin, or you saw it differently?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we were just talking about movies like Frantic and Enemy of the State and, you know, Blowout, After Hours. You know, all these films that have the same sort of thing for me, where it's like somebody who's just an everyday person who's thrown into an extraordinary situation. And yeah, the psychological effects of that, and then the action of, I guess, yeah, they're chased by bad people.
And everyone gets to kind of ask themselves, like, what would I do in this situation, you know? And it's like, yeah, you just kind of have to roll with it. And yeah,
exactly. That's I love that about thrillers, where we were just talking about that moment in Frantic where Harrison Ford has a suitcase full of stuff and he's on the rooftop.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? I literally gasped out loud in that moment.
Yeah.
And it taught me so much about like when you're really with the character, how
affected
you are.
Yeah.
You run away from what you're afraid of, then it owns you.
Buckle your seatbelt.
How much did you discuss their emotional connection before we even see them on screen, you know, kind of their romantic backstory?
We talked a lot about it, you know, and we were just saying it's so interesting. Yeah, Darren was very focused on where they were in their connection and relationship. You know, I think it would have been more obvious to make them, you know, already a couple, you know, very comfortable with each other, you know, but the fact that they were kind of, you know, casual and in this place of realizing that they both feel more for each other and kind of, you know, sussing out what they're ready for, but acknowledging that there's like real care and love there. I think it's like such a tender time in a relationship, and the fact that that's what gets disrupted by the chaos, you know. So yeah, it was really about like where are they, you know.
These guys you messed up with, they're scary monsters.
How much was Charlie Houston a reference for Hank for you, Austin?
I read the book a number of times before starting, and that was great because the way that he wrote the book, you have the inner dialogue of Hank, so it allowed me to understand him more from Charlie's inspiration, and I was very grateful to have Charlie. He was on set.
He was on set a lot. Yeah, it was nice to have him.
The best you can do. I've got to fly back to London. I need you to take care of my cat.
I like cats.
I like dogs.
My final question is on the cat. Does the cat have a credit, like a former credit in the film? And if not, should we complain to SAG-AFTRA? The cat was the cutest.
The cat was the cutest.
I think, yeah, for sure.
That's a great question. I don't know.
I don't know how that works.
What number is Tonic on the call sheet?
Tonic deserves to be number 1.
I know.
Yeah.
We're gonna look into it.
Yeah.
We're gonna call his agents.
Exactly.
And we're gonna see what's up.
Yeah.
Exactly. The cat deserves the trailer.
Yeah.
The cat stays in the picture.
The cat stays in the picture.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I don't want out.
Should I stay or should I go?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to Counterpoints. I'm Michal Prendergast, and coming up on the show tonight, the shocking killing of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk has ignited a global firestorm. It's triggered backlash, a cancel culture reckoning on the left, and what many are calling the greatest free speech debate of a generation. Thanks to our panellists who joined us tonight, Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks, Pastor Burns, President Trump's spiritual advisor, and British political activist Femi Olawole. Thank you all so much for your time. I'd like to start with you, Femi. Do you think it was justified for some people to celebrate Kirk's death?
So for me personally, my position was I was indifferent. I do not care.
because the man was an evil man. And quite frankly, anybody who has expressed sorrow for Charlie Kirk's death, but hasn't expressed sorrow for the many people who have been victims of Charlie Kirk's kind of policies. For example, the 80,000 people who've been killed in Gaza because of a genocide that Charlie Kirk supported, the people who die from gun deaths, 30,000 people who die from gun deaths every year in America. And Charlie Kirk is somebody who once said that those deaths are a worthy sacrifice in the name of the Second Amendment. If you have not wept for those people, weeping for Charlie Kirk means that you value the perpetrator's life over the victim's life.
I'm going to turn to you, Pastor. You knew Charlie Kirk. You spoke to him the day before his murder. What was your reaction to Femi's points there?
Well, I mean, listen, he has a right to his opinion, and I'm not here to insult him, but I think, the reality of it is no one should ever celebrate the death of a person being killed. Now, I understand that he said he was indifferent, and he has a right to believe what he believes. I do agree that, and I think Charlie actually agreed, as it's coming out even more towards the end of his life, that he too was supporting, or at least beginning to speak out against the atrocities of what's happening to those in the Gaza. And so he's been on record communicating that. And I can even tell you behind the scenes, that was one of the conversations that was happening. And yes, we do need to understand, I do support Israel's right to be a nation. And I think that Hamas should be assassinated, killed, destroyed, because they are offering a lot of death and destruction. But you should never, ever celebrate the death or the assassination just because of the voice. I mean, what happened to the First Amendment? It's not Charlie Kirk's voice that caused the death of, it's not Charlie Kirk's death or Charlie Kirk's words, that caused what took place in Gaza. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's word that caused Hamas to go and rape and kill and murder innocent people in Israel. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's words to do that. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's words to call for the death of America by Iran and for the Houthis to kill and massacre American interests. So these things are very much real. I do agree with you. We have to take a look at the inhumane things that are happening to the innocent people in the Gaza. There's a lot of innocent people. Do we should destroy Hamas? Yes. But to what extent should the innocent people of the Gaza should be harmed the way they are? So Charlie Kirk's words didn't do that.
I'm going to come to you in a second, Anna. I just want to let Femi respond.
So it's funny that you should draw the line, it's wrong to celebrate somebody's death. Have you seen the video of Charlie Kirk saying how, I used to joke about how people in Palestine would throw gay people off of buildings, but they haven't got any high buildings anymore, stupid Muslims. That's something he did. Literally celebrating the deaths of people in Gaza, making fun of them, in fact. Now, it's funny that you draw the line of you can't celebrate, but he was happy to celebrate the deaths of innocent people, 80,000 innocent people. And the thing is, for me personally, I take the position of I'm indifferent. I don't care that he died. However, that is a privilege, because me personally, I'm okay. I've got my job. I'm not in poverty. I'm not being shot at by police that were fueled by the racism that Charlie Kirk purported. I'm not somebody in Gaza who fears the bombs that were paid for by a regime that Charlie Kirk supported. So I have the privilege of not feeling the need to celebrate that death. However, if I was celebrating the death of somebody who supported policies that endanger your life, feels like a pretty human reaction.
I've seen on X, Anna, you've come out and you've condemned those on the left who have celebrated Charlie's death. Are you shocked by the level of extremism from those on the left, your own side?
I'm not shocked about the level of extremism on the left because I've experienced it firsthand myself. But I would caution anyone from thinking that those individuals are representative of the entirety of the American left. The fact of the matter is we have a two-party system that I do not believe accurately represents the entirety of the left or the right. There are obviously significant variations. Policy-wise, I clearly fall on the left, but I would not in any way celebrate the assassination of any political figure, any pundit, mainly because I value human life, number one, and I don't think anyone should be targeted and assassinated over their political speech, regardless of how abhorrent or how much I disagree with it. And to be sure, I certainly did disagree with Charlie Kirk's stances, political views. But what I appreciated about Charlie Kirk was that he provided a platform to anyone who was willing to debate these topics with him, including myself. And so on multiple occasions, he and I had political debate. We had dialogue. We exchanged ideas. And that is what this country needs in order to heal. As far as the Gaza situation goes, I also agree with the pastor in that, you know, Charlie Kirk certainly said some pretty horrific things about Muslims and the Palestinian people. But in recent months, it was very clear to me that he was starting to perceive what was going on in the Middle East in a much more nuanced way. And he was willing to look at the evidence and potentially change his opinions. And I'll also say that as someone who's been on camera since I was literally 20 years old, I myself have said things in my early 20s, in my mid 20s, even in my early 30s that I do not feel great about, that I've changed my mind about. And, you know, for the gentleman in the UK, I understand where you're coming from in regard to just being horrified by some of the things that Charlie Kirk is on the record saying. But at the same time, I think you need to think about what this could lead to in the United States, what a political assassination could lead to. Currently, the Trump administration, in my opinion, is currently exploiting the injustice that occurred in regard to Charlie Kirk and using it to take control of the media and essentially violate the constitutional rights that Americans have to free speech. I'm very much concerned about that. And so this could lead to the situation on the ground devolving further in the United States. We need to protect free speech at any and all costs.
So just
let
two
me
quick
just
points.
Piggyback on that because
how'd you respond, Femi?
Piggyback on that. Well, let me just respond to her point of view, and this is Pastor Burns here. And let me just say this. Number one, I want to agree with her. Again, I'm one of those people. The president calls me his pit bull. He knows that, you know, I'm deep MAGA. I believe in the American First agenda, but also, which is why my opinion changed about Ukraine. I was against Ukraine, but then when I went to Ukraine, my opinion changed about Ukraine. Number one, let's just be clear. I do believe Israel has a right to be a nation, but at the same time, I do not agree with the atrocities that are happening to those in the Gaza. It is an apartheid movement that is happening. I am very conservative. I'm very strong Republican. And this is the first time I'm saying this on camera. But right is right, wrong is wrong. And I do not think that people who are being massacred, who don't even have a way to defend themselves, should be bombarded and bombed and starved. And I think that's what Charlie was headed to. You cannot be a true believer, a true man of God, and see the evil that has happened to innocent people. We're not talking about Hamas. We're not talking about the government institution that has pushed and aged and that really caused it to happen to their people. But we're talking about the innocent people that are dying. I posted a video a couple of days ago of a boy, a special needs boy who's a Palestinian, and he's been beaten while he's chained to a wall. These kind of atrocities that are happening, and that are happening to innocent people. You can't be a man of God or a Christian like Charlie said he was, and he was, because I knew him personally. To see that, yes, I believe in Israel. They're America's greatest supporter, but you cannot turn a blind eye to the innocent people who are not Hamas. The little boys that are carrying buckets of water while bombs are dropping, they don't look like Hamas to me. They look like little boys who just want to be little boys and little kids. And so, Charlie, in the end of his life, began to see the same things that many of us who are strong Israel supporters, but at the same time, you cannot turn a blind eye to the evil that is happening. And I don't care whether they're Muslims, because there are Christians in the Gaza. There are Jews in the Gaza. There are not just Muslims in the Gaza.
Allow Femi and Pastor.
Their race or their religion is.
Thank you, Pastor, for saying that.
There you go, Femi.
Have you heard the phrase, a person is not who they were in the last conversation they had with you, they're who they've been throughout their entire relationship? There's nothing substantially that's changed in the last couple of months that would make you suddenly realize that indiscriminately bombing the homes of 2 million people suddenly is a bad thing. The only thing that could possibly have changed is the political situation, because he watched 80,000 people get murdered. He was totally okay with that.
That's not true. When you start receiving proper information and you're not being led by propaganda,
allow me to finish. I'll let you speak for a very long time.
It's not about politics. It's about people.
I let you speak for a very long time.
Just be clear. It's not about politics. It's about people.
Nothing concretely has changed in the last few months. Israel has been saying the same things it's been saying since the start about how everybody in Gaza is responsible. That's from President Herzog, that they're human animals, that it's civilians that are tied to the actions of Hamas as well. This has been genocidal from day one. Most people knew that. That's why most people in the UK fundamentally oppose what Israel is doing, has been calling for a ceasefire for almost 2 years now. But the fact is, that is the position that Charlie Kirk took. He tweeted about how say no to Gazan refugees. He showed zero compassion for the people whose murder he supported. Now, to suggest that he is a good person and that we should pretend that just because he's died or because he changed his mind in the final few months of his life, suddenly we should look at him differently? No. A person who isn't who they were in the last conversation you had with them. They're who they've been.
I'm not here to change your opinion about
Well,
Charlie
he didn't
Kirk.
really have much
I'm
of
only
a
saying
chance
that
to show us how much his mind changed, right?
His ability to die. You should not be celebrating that he was killed. He's got kids, right? He has a wife. I don't care whether he was the KKK or a Black Panther leader. You shouldn't be celebrating. People didn't like Dr. King. They didn't like the fact that he wanted black and white people coming together.
And just there to both of you, it was thousands of people on the left have lost their jobs.
That people should not be losing their job. I disagree with that. Let me tell you why. Because we have the First Amendment. And this is what I've been saying publicly. If you start going after people and attacking people for the things that they say, they're going to eventually do the same thing back to us. And that is destroying what America is. Idi Amin, let me say this and I'm going to stop talking. Idi Amin, the former dictator of Uganda, said this. And I believe this is where we're headed in America. Because he said this infamously. He said, listen, we believe in freedom of speech. You have a right to speak freely. So we believe in freedom of speech, but I cannot guarantee freedom after the speech. And that's what he said in Uganda, who viciously murdered and killed so many of his own people. That's where I feel like we're headed to. I don't think no one should celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. I spoke to him the day before. What did I talk about? I talked about him using the word white Ukrainian, the white woman. It was about the Ukrainian woman. And he kept saying white woman. A white woman was murdered. Another white woman was murdered. I said, Charlie, these words, and this is how I talked to him, Charlie, they could be inflammatory words concerning race relations, right? And we already at a heightened race relation. I'm a strong Trump supporter. I have not changed that. I'm a strong conservative. But when we keep using words that can be essentially dog whistles to potential people, I don't believe Charlie Kirk was this person, but it can be a signal to those who do believe in these racist comments. That's the word that I have.
Allow Femi to respond, Pastor. Allow Femi to respond.
I wasn't finished my statement. So the reality of this, I'm telling you my position, Pastor, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Allow Femi to respond, Pastor.
Charlie's death, absolutely not. And anybody who celebrates Charlie's death, that is evil and wrong from the gates of hell, and it should not be coming out.
Allow Femi to respond.
But that's just who Charlie Kirk was. He said that he wouldn't be able to trust a black pilot. He'd get nervous if he saw a black pilot when he stepped onto a plane. He talked about moronic black lesbians. He's been a racist.
We spoke about this. We spoke about this.
So he's been a racist since the start. And
I believe that Charlie
Kirk you may have called it out, but that's who Charlie Kirk was.
Stands on same-sex marriage. But I disagree with some of the phraseologies that was used regarding race.
Allow Femi to speak, Pastor.
Give a sermon. Instead of raising people.
Allow Femi to speak, Pastor.
We're talking about celebrating the death and the assassination.
This is a conversation.
That's bull crap, and it should not be coming out of nobody's mouth. Watching that man's neck bleed out on live television for the whole world to see.
Okay,
and you celebrating that? I don't think you should be fired over.
Allow Femi to speak, Pastor.
Over it because it's the first.
Okay, Pastor.
But you should be able to. But shame on you for even believing or thinking that.
We've had your time. I'd like Femi to respond.
So, as Anna was saying, the people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death were not the majority of people on the left. Most people just were frankly indifferent and took a bit of offense at the idea that more airtime has been devoted to his death than for the people whose deaths he supported, especially given that there was a school shooting on the same day that he died. As for the issue of the discussion we're having in terms of the pen versus the sword, i.e., are we in favor of free speech and democracy and things working by ideas rather than through violence. Let's be really clear on the MAGA that Charlie Kirk was behind. Donald Trump literally told the Proud Boys, a white supremacist violent group, to stand back and stand by. He urged people to take their country back just after he lost the election, leading to 5 deaths in the Capitol. He then admitted that was an utterly wrong, and those people should be brought to justice. And then as soon as he got power again, he released 1,500 terrorists, and within 6 days, one of them had already died because of an altercation at a traffic stop. He deliberately released terrorists, not to mention the fact that he actually called for one of the governors, I believe it was, to find an extra 1,100 votes in order to win the previous election against Biden. This is somebody who does not care about the process of democracy, who will take power by force. So that for him to say that we should all be just using our words and respect the principle of free speech, no, he's banning people like Jimmy Kimmel, Steve Colbert. Anybody who criticizes him has to be silenced. These are people who do not respect free speech at all.
Think Jimmy Kimmel
May I respond to that?
I don't think Jimmy Kimmel should have been fired. First of all,
we'll just let Anna respond, Pastor, please.
Should not have been fired. I don't think that. But President Trump
please go on, Anna.
The American people elected him.
Pastor, please.
You're confusing the American people. Let me just say this real quick, and I'm going to be quiet. The American people elected Donald Trump. He did not elect himself, nor did he steal an election like they did in 2020. The American people elected.
Okay, Pastor, allow Anna to respond, please. Pastor.
Coming from the mouths of people.
Pastor, stop, please.
We still elected him.
Okay. Anna.
Okay, I don't want to adjudicate or re-adjudicate past elections, but I will say this. I agree with much of what Femi had to say here, and the pastor is really coming across as rather reasonable and is willing to say what he disagrees with in regard to what the Trump administration has done. Pastor, is there any possibility for you to go back and advise President Trump, because he could really use your advice at this moment? And look, I just think the one area where I have a disagreement here is that people are allowed to grow and change. And we never had an opportunity to see whether Charlie Kirk's views on Gaza were in fact really changing, if he was really evolving on that issue, or whether he was really evolving on, Palestinian people. And to rob him of his life obviously is wrong. I wouldn't say that I was indifferent after he was assassinated. I actually felt deep sadness, because to me, that was a sign of deep cowardice among a group of people in this country who don't think that they can articulate their ideas effectively enough to persuade the American people to side with them. We have to foster an environment of healthy debate, of mutual respect, even if, and I really do mean this, even if our political opponents meet us with, angry rhetoric that we find abhorrent. I think that it is up to us to be better than that and fight ideas that we disagree with. And to be sure, Charlie Kirk had all sorts of ideas that I vehemently disagreed with, but I was ready and willing to get in the ring with him and really duke it out through our words, through our dialogue, and through our debate. And one other thing I'll just add about Charlie Kirk's political ideology and this tug of war that was going on in regard to his views on Israel and Gaza, you have to keep in mind, the big donors behind Turning Point USA are huge Israel supporters, big time Zionists. At the same time, though, young conservatives in this country under the age of 30 are decidedly against Israel, especially as a result of the genocide happening in Gaza. So Charlie Kirk really found himself in this difficult tension where his donors were pressuring him to toe the line in support of Israel at any and all costs, while young conservatives are really waking up to the reality of what's going down in the Middle East. And so I think that was what was pressuring him or forcing him to really reconsider his political views. But again, we never got a chance to see who Charlie Kirk might have become, what he might have believed, because his life was robbed from him. And I think that's wrong.
Just to clarify, I am indifferent to his death, but I fundamentally oppose his murder because it is bad for democracy. As for what you've just said about Charlie Kirk's motivations and the donors who are massively pro-Israel, the picture you've just painted is one where the money was telling him to support Israel, but he realized that the politics of his voter base, his supportership, was anti-Israel. So that's not somebody who's come to some moral decision. That's somebody who's made a financial decision at first and then a political decision afterwards. That is not a moral person.
Well, I know
possibly,
Charlie,
but we don't know. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, I know Charlie, and I knew Charlie. Excuse me, and I worked with Charlie. I've spoken at many of his turning point events. Again, I will be at this Memorial Sunday. The point of it is, I can tell you, he's a lot like me. Right, we're pit bulls, we're bullheaded. Once we believe in something, we believe in it. But once we receive new information, our conviction is real. I'm not here to play sides. When I went to Ukraine and I told the president all the devastation that was happening when nobody was talking positive about Ukraine, when Zelensky was just kicked out of the White House. And then the next week I am in Kyiv unexpectedly. And I began to share the evil that happened at the hands of the Russians. I didn't stand on what was popular. I stood on what is right. And Charlie has those same kind of principles. We disagreed concerning some of his messaging concerning race, but we stand on simpler principles concerning our faith in Christianity and our belief in the American dream, supported by what we still believe the greatest president in our lifetime, President Trump. So when you attack President Trump, you're really attacking the millions of Americans that voted him in. And you're speaking like Donald Trump is a dictator who forced himself to be here. No, his ideals are the ideals of America, who America is today. So you don't insult Donald Trump without insulting America itself as a nation.
I'd just like to move on to our next segment. Moving on to our next topic in this conversation, Jimmy Kimmel has had his show pulled by ABC for speaking out against Charlie Kirk on air. I'd like to go to you, Anna. Was ABC right to pull Jimmy Kimmel's show?
I do not believe that they were right. In fact, if they in any way valued our democracy and the protection of free speech, they would not have allowed the FCC commissioner to bully and pressure them to get rid of Kimmel. And I say that because Nexstar and Sinclair, these are like the two parent companies. They own a bunch of the major channels that would air Kimmel's show. Well, Nexstar has a $6 billion merger coming up that needs to be approved by the FCC. So just to make sure that they're in smoother waters, they decided to throw one of their, stars under the bus to ensure that they'll be able to get that merger deal. So I'm angry that they are willing to not just sell Kimmel out, but sell out the American people, because make no mistake about it, allowing the government to pressure any network or any channel or anyone in the media to get rid of a pundit or a comedian or any type of talent who is critical of the Trump administration or who is critical of the government really sets a dangerous precedent. And this isn't the first time it's happened. Obviously, it happened with, 60 Minutes. It happened with CBS. And it's scary. It is scary because, look, if ABC decided on their own that Kimmel's statements they went like above and beyond what is acceptable following a political assassination, and they decided to suspend them themselves, I actually would have no problem with it. I did not like what Kimmel had to say. I'm just going to be honest. However, the government has no place in censoring speech, and essentially Nexstar is allowing for or facilitating this effort of the federal government to get rid of people who are critical of the federal government. It sets a bad precedent, and I would feel the same way if this was a Democratic administration doing the same to a conservative speaker.
How do you respond, Pastor? Well, should Kimmel have lost his job?
I don't think he should have lost his job. Let me just say this. I think what Kimmel said was distasteful. It was foul. It was evil. It is the typical leftist that makes fun of those of us who are on the conservative right. And I've been the joke, the pun joke of many of those type of jokes. And they're distasteful. And I think that they're just evil. Having said that, I don't think that he should be fired. I think it's a slippery slope that we have it in America. The First Amendment right has been the bedrock of our Constitution, and whether you agree with it or not, a person should have a right. I don't think he was criticizing the Trump administration, so I want to be very clear about that. And I don't think it's the pressure of President Trump at all. So I want to be clear about that. But at the same time, I think when you look at comedians like Dave Chappelle and other comedians who were attempted to be banned from telling jokes when they spoke about the transgender community and how so many tried to ban and many were banned and blocked or counseled because of joking and being able to express their art. As Dave Chappelle said, it is an art form. And whether you think it's funny or not, it's an art form. But now it's becoming to where you cannot talk about transgenders, or you can't say something about, creating a joke, which I completely think is distasteful, and it just shows his poor character as a man. But you should be able to say what you want to say, as long as it's not bringing harm or causing violence or inciting violence to happen. It's a dangerous place, because if we do it to them, meaning we Republicans or conservatives do it to them, they're going to continue to do it back to us. And that's what has happened. We should be able to say what we want to say. It's not just too long ago where pastors in Texas were being requested by a homosexual mayor, requesting the notes from what the pastor was speaking in threat of being arrested. That is evil. The pastor should be able to speak what he believed, free speech. And same goes with those who disagree with Charlie Kirk, those who, disagree with transgender or agree. We should have a right to say what we want to say, as long as it's not causing violence or inciting violence or causing people to be harmed. Again, I'm still a pit bull for President Trump. I'm still 100% in his corner. I'm still 100% a MAGA pastor and leader. I call myself, I've been called a spiritual diplomat. I meet with heads of states all over the world. But in this regards, I don't think we should be firing people because of they may disagree.
Okay, Pastor, I've just got a question
Kirk.
for Femi. This one's for you, Femi. As Anna stated, we've seen Disney and the FCC. They both stepped in. Is this a case of cancel culture turning on the left?
Well, this is the thing. With the examples that the pastor just gave, like Dave Chappelle, or you could also point to Ricky Gervais, who's also said things against trans people, they still have their jobs. They still kept producing special after special, Netflix after special after Netflix special. This cancel culture, they're still hugely successful. Nobody fired them, but people fired Jimmy Kimmel. People fired Steve Colbert. The cancel culture, the actual censorship, is coming from the right. And so is this just us finally getting a taste of our own medicine? Well, it wasn't. What's happened here is the chilling effect of the... This is a chilling effect of the Trump administration taking an anti-free speech position, saying that he's going after anybody on the left. And you saw the speech that he gave in the White House about how the people responsible, I hold directly responsible for this, are anybody who calls us fascists or Nazis, even though he's behaving like a fascist and a Nazi. Like he has been deliberately trying to steal power. He tried to get an extra 11,000 votes in order to win the previous election. This is not somebody who respects democracy. But calling Donald Trump exactly what he is apparently makes you complicit in murder. No, it's just stating facts as they are.
You have Trump deranged syndrome, sir. You just have Trump deranged syndrome. I mean, it doesn't matter what's been said.
By quoting his own words back at
what you believe, and that's your own right. But the reality of it is this. The left most definitely started this cancel culture. Yes, and you may say Dave Chappelle still have his job because he was one of the greatest, if not the greatest comedian that existed, in my opinion. But there's so many
he was the example you gave.
Did get canceled. There are so many others that did lose their jobs.
Name them then.
Their careers are over because of the jokes that they said.
Name
and their jokes became like ammunition.
Name them
those on the left went after them.
Name them then.
Shut them down. If you don't believe me, ask Disney. What happened to the girl, Gina Cavardo, who was the former MMA fighter, who was a character on the Mandarin on Disney, was fired because of her conservative beliefs. There are so many other actors that was fired, sir. So don't sit here and act like Jimmy Kimmel got fired, but Dave Chappelle keeps his job. So many of the right lost their jobs. So many of the people that was counseled by the cancel culture started by you people on the left because you forgot the power of the of the First Amendment. We have a right
Pastor,
to say.
can you name somebody that
Having
the audience
said
will
that,
actually?
it was wrong
Pastor, can you name
then,
somebody
and it is wrong now. That's the whole point that I'm making. It was wrong then, and it is wrong now.
Pastor, can you name
There's
somebody
a little
that
bit
the
of a
audience will
distinction,
actually
though.
know?
Sorry, there is a bit of a distinction, though, right? I think that what's happening right now is far more insidious because it's the government getting involved. I mean, it is free speech violation 101 when the government gets involved and essentially bullies networks to get rid of critics of the administration. I don't like cancel culture. Let me be clear about that. But I do see it as distinct from what's happening now with the government getting involved. I don't think that you should allow mobs of people to convince employers to fire people that the mobs don't like. But again, that has to do with ordinary private citizens versus the federal government getting involved and bullying networks.
Now, let me just say this, because we're crying over, I agree with you, but the fact is, let me say this, we're crying over Jimmy Kimmel losing his job for being fired. Charlie Kirk is dead for doing the same thing. Dead, whether you agree with him or not. He's not fired. He's dead because of his mouth, because of the things that he said. And I agree with a lot of things Charlie said. And there's some things, as I've already made clear, concerning race that I believe could have been misconstrued by those who are real white supremacists. But the reality of it is Jimmy Kimmel is fired. Charlie Kirk is dead for practicing his First Amendment rights. And that is a very dangerous, slippery slope that we are heading here in America. And
how do you respond, Femi?
Got to say, hey, I don't agree with you, but I won't kill you. I don't agree with you, but I won't counsel you. Do your thing, but let me do mine too. So give and take. That's shit. How
do you respond, Femi?
Here in America.
It's kind of weird to draw an equivalence between Charlie Kirk and Jimmy Kimmel, because that would imply that the government was responsible for Charlie Kirk being assassinated. No, state censorship is state censorship. This was a private individual who assassinated somebody. Now, he did not have the backing of the left. He did not have the backing of the government. It was just a private individual. It's not censorship. Censorship is when the government impinges on free speech.
We're just going to move on to the next segment. It's been no surprise in the age of social media that Kirk's assassination has sparked wild conspiracy theories, from the left to Israel to Nick Fuentes. Even with an arrest and solid evidence, speculation has raged on. I want to come to you, Femi. What do you make of all this speculation?
So I don't know what this person's motivations are, because it's like when you have when you see in those cop shows where you see that the evidence, if it isn't put in the correct bag, then the evidence hasn't followed the correct chain of custody, and so it can't be admissible in court. Unfortunately, the entirety of the evidence gets tainted when it's under an administration that has admitted that they are willing to make up evidence in order to achieve their own political objectives. Now, Donald Trump has explicitly tried to add an extra 11,000 votes to his tally in order to get his political objective, and now he runs the FBI. So it's difficult for me to say. Like, there's the theories about him being a groyper, which is somebody who's aligned with Nick Fuentes, who is somehow even more to the right than Charlie Kirk, which I didn't know was possible, because there's a lot of animosity between the Nick Fuentes lot and the Charlie Kirk lot. So it's feasible, it's plausible, but I don't know. And unfortunately, I feel like we're now in a position where, because everything is tainted by the Trump administration, who has admitted that they are willing to make up evidence when it suits them, I don't think we'll ever get to the bottom of it.
How do you respond to that, Anna?
I think the one area that's been pretty consistent and clear is that while it doesn't appear that the alleged shooter, that's Tyler Robinson, was deeply political, the one area in which he had become political was on the issue of LGBT rights. And he apparently identified as bisexual, had a partner who was also his roommate that happened to be transgender. And that was I guess that was the reason in his mind that it made sense to go after Charlie Kirk. He felt that Charlie Kirk was spreading hatred about the LGBT community, about transgender people. And so since Charlie Kirk was spreading hate, the shooter, Tyler Robinson, thought meeting that hate with murder would be the right cause of action or type of action, which I obviously deeply disagree with. I don't think that he was a groyper. There's no indication that he was a follower of Nick Fuentes's. I also don't think that he was like a far leftist. There was nothing in the records, nothing in the Discord chats or the Discord servers that indicated that he was a deeply political person or a leftist. But because of his own personal identity and because of his partner, he was furious with Charlie Kirk and decided to take matters in his own hands in one of the most disgusting ways imaginable.
We've seen an emerging pattern of mass shootings in the US by trans activists. How can the US respond?
Well, you know, like
I'm worried. I'm worried about how they're going to respond to it. But sorry, go ahead, Pastor.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, that there's a pattern that is happening. The reality of it is guns don't kill people. You know, sick people kill people. People who are dealing with mental conditions. And I think that what President Trump should do is do what other psychiatrists and other mental experts have begun to say is to recognize the transgender movement as a mental condition. That is just that. The gender dysphoria is a real thing, and we should treat it as such. We shouldn't celebrate it. And people like that should be, should receive some type of a help. It's clear that you're just mentioning the several recent different shootings that have taken place, mass shootings that have taken place in America, has been at the hands of those who were either supporters of the transgender movement or was transgender themselves or transitioning to in their own state.
I think there have been seven. You have to
examine that.
Allow Femi to jump in, Pastor.
No, because you guys bring you on these shows to talk and debate, and so you want to shut me up. The reality of it is...
Allow Femi to jump in, Pastor, please. Pastor, allow Femi to jump in.
Because you don't allow that. You should say, allow Pastor Burns to jump in. You don't do that. You don't say, allow Pastor Burns to jump in. You always make me stop in the middle of my sentences and allow somebody else to jump in.
About 10 minutes of the
That's all I'm saying. The reality of it is that there's gender dysphoria.
You've had a lot of time, Pastor.
And it should be examined.
You've had the most time, Pastor. I'm trying to be fair.
There have been, seven. I think there have been less than 7 mass shootings linked to trans individuals in the US's history. Whereas there are 30,000 gun deaths per year. There are hundreds of school shootings every year. This is very much linked to guns. We in the UK who don't have guns, we do have knives, but I can't think of a regular occurrence of knifings at schools where lots and lots of casualties. It just doesn't happen anywhere near the scale. So guns are the primary issue because they allow any disturbed individual to choose to go into a school and do whatever they want. Whereas if you have a knife, it's significantly harder.
Well, let me just say this. You won't stop a bad person from getting guns. We know that in America. You can stop other people from getting guns, but even in the UK, you can't stop people. You don't stop bad people from getting guns. You do not.
Yes,
no, you do not.
We don't have mass shootings.
You do not stop. We don't have mass shootings happen in the UK. They absolutely still happen. We don't have mass shootings here. You may not have as many mass shootings because, yes, we allow our citizens because of the Second Amendment to own guns, to protect themselves. And there are more good people with guns than there are bad people with guns. But the reality of it is you won't stop a bad person from getting a gun. You're simply empowering them to shoot more and kill more. So no, sir, I disagree with that at all. There's a reason why we have the Second Amendment in America, and I'm proud of it.
If the purpose of the Second Amendment is to allow people to protect themselves, that means the purpose of the Second Amendment is to protect human life. But the very existence of the Second Amendment is the reason why there are 30,000 gun deaths every year, whereas in the UK, we do not have mass shootings. So the very purpose of the Second Amendment, according to you, is self-contradictory because it's the reason that your people are dying.
How'd you respond, Pastor?
No, what's preventing burglars from people busting through the door is the reality is that they have a chance of dying to a handgun. Of the normal families that live every single day, the people that bust into individuals' homes and they are killed because the individual homeowner is protecting themselves, protecting their children. That's what's the case. Listen, you're not going to stop evil until Jesus comes back. There's going to always be evil. You could take away guns and you still have murder. murders in the UK.
We don't have mass shootings in the UK.
Dying, and it may not be as high as America, but people are still violently being killed. You still have serial killers in your country. Can you ban all knives? You know, people are sick because of evil. It is sin. It is from the gates of hell. That's what I was telling Charlie. We shouldn't be talking about the Ukrainian woman as a white woman. We should be talking to her as a woman who was killed viciously, not by a black man, but by evil man, an evil individual that deserves, I believe, unless he gives his heart to Jesus, he needs to go to the gates of hell and be executed as fast as possible. So
allow Femi to respond, please, Pastor.
You accept that the gun deaths in America are significantly higher than in the UK. That means that relative to population size, there'll be a number of people who die because of your attachment to the Second Amendment who wouldn't die if you didn't attach it. So in terms of protecting those people's lives, are you happy for them to die in the name of the Second Amendment, even though it doesn't actually keep people alive? Because as we just established, it is the reason that those people, the difference between the two, are dead.
Shame on you for supporting Charlie Kirk's death because you didn't believe what he believed in. Shame on people like you for supporting Charlie. That's why we on this television show. Shame on you and people like you for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death because you did not agree with what he agreed, what he spoke about. That's what this show is all about. Did I just have a stroke? And this is about people like you who should be called out because that's your character. You believe that folks should die because of what they say. And that is absolutely wrong. And people like you should never be on camera.
How'd you respond?
I think that's unfair, Pastor. That's unfair. I don't think at all that Femi believes that or is supportive of what happened to Charlie Kirk. I think the debate about guns is a fascinating debate. I've become more nuanced on it, especially because we have more guns in the United States per capita than any other country, including Somalia. Yes. And so I don't know if the U.S. would ever be able to do or live under the type of system or type of regulations that you have in the UK. And look, as someone who does believe in the Second Amendment, I do believe that Americans should have the right to protect their homes, protect themselves from nefarious people who might want to harm them. I also think that we make it far too easy for the bad guys to get their hands on guns legally and as many guns as they want. So I think that, we do need to have a robust conversation and debate about, common sense gun legislation. But aside from that, we have a very big problem in this country in every single state when it comes to undiagnosed and untreated mental health issues, mental health conditions. People need help. And every time there's a mass shooting, I hear my conservative peers, Republicans, talk about how we need to fund mental health care. But when push comes to shove and that legislation is before them and they can make the right decision in helping their fellow Americans with the mental health care they need, they always vote it down. And so we need to be serious about the solutions. I hear a lot of talking points, but I don't really see much action in regard to what needs to be done.
Just to end on this, Anna, why do you think people have been so quick to doubt the official story? And why do you think that Charlie Kirk was targeted?
Well, as far as the conspiracy theories go, I don't begrudge anyone who immediately starts questioning the official narrative coming from the government. We do have a problem in this country, for good reason, in regard to trust toward our institutions. And it's because our institutions have been deceptive in the past. They have not given us the full story, or they have misled us. And remember, we are coming out of the COVID era where there was quite a bit of misinformation coming from the federal government. So again, I do not in any way begrudge anyone who questions, what the official narrative coming from these institutions happens to be. But at the same time, you have to get a little bit of evidence in order to support what your conspiracy is. So if the conspiracy is that Israel was behind the assassination of Charlie Kirk, okay, well, what's the evidence for that? And there really isn't any evidence. So I'm not willing to believe that conspiracy theory unless there's something robust or at least something circumstantial that points in that direction. Right now, there have been Discord chats shared featuring the shooter. One of my friends, who's a wonderful journalist named Ken Klippenstein, was one of the first reporters who got in touch with the childhood friends of the shooter, and as a result had access to the Discord chats in which Tyler Robinson confessed to being the man who assassinated Charlie Kirk. And so that's more evidence in the direction of what's being claimed by, the FBI and by, law enforcement.
We're just out of time. Thank you all so much for your time. It's been a fascinating conversation.
Happy to be here.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Arabiya English on YouTube, X and TikTok.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Montreal. The real story behind the city of Montreal. Its name originated from Mount Royal, the triple-peaked hill in the heart of the city. It was first called Ville Marie, or the City of Mary. Montreal is the most populous city in Quebec and second most populous city in Canada, with about 1.65 million residents. The city's official language is French, spoken by more than 60% of the population. Montreal is conveniently nestled between the shores of the St. Lawrence River. One of its great outdoor escapes is, of course, Mount Royal. Aside from hiking the mountain during the summer, try cross-country skiing in the winter, or you can also try biking or skating. Better yet, you can just hang around and enjoy the view. But what's notable about Mount Royal is a cross that rests at the peak of it. The city's laws forbid any building or skyscraper to be built higher than it, to tower over the mountain and the famous cross. The laws are implemented to keep the natural ambiance of the place and most especially obstruct the view of the wonderful city skyline. Meanwhile, its culinary delights are top-notch too. Food tours are quite usual in Montreal, with the various communities and cuisines populating the place. Walking around the city will allow you to discover and learn about its historic and cultural roots through food. Definitely a delicious way to get to know the city. For a dose of the real historic spots, visit Old Montreal, also known as the Old Quarter. The view is reminiscent of the feel and ambiance of Europe. It's got narrow cobblestone streets lined with galleries, restaurants, and boutiques. The city doesn't fall short of artistic inspiration. And then, of course, there's shopping. Here in Montreal, it's considered a sport. And one must shop with a passion. Score great bargains as the city offers some of the most creative designs from the best in Canada. In fact, the people of Montreal like to pride themselves for their impeccable taste and thriving fashion city. St. Catherine Street is where you'll find some of the best international brand names. All the major shopping centers can be found there. And last but not the least, the city is, oddly enough, also known for its best spa treatments. There's even one that floats on the St. Lawrence River. So good, you can in fact spend an entire day in it. It's a great way to cap off your trip. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. President Donald Trump has said Putin has let him down and that he wants all the Israeli hostages released now, while speaking at a press conference alongside British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The two world leaders spoke after spending the day together at Chequers on Trump's state visit to the UK. The president also said the two countries will always be friends and their bond was like no other. Take a listen.
Today is a signal of our determination to win this race together and to ensure it brings real benefits in jobs, in growth, in lower bills, to put more hard-earned cash in people's pockets at the end of each month. That's what we're determined to deliver.
And we're grateful beyond words for the spectacular honor of the state visit yesterday at Windsor Castle, hosted by His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. These are two fantastic people. We're forever joined and we are forever friends and we will always be friends. This enduring connection is why I was thrilled that the United Kingdom was the very first country with which we made a historic trade deal and a very good trade deal. He's a tough negotiator. I think it was a better deal for you than us, but these are minor details.
It's a very good deal for both of us.
He's a great negotiator.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and news editor of the Arabian Gulf Business Insight, that's Shane McGinley. Shane and Gemma, thank you so much for joining me this evening. So, Gemma, yesterday you were on and we were talking about all the pomp and circumstance and the royals hosting the Trumps at this fabulous event. But today it was really about the policy and it was about the business side of things and the serious conversation. Has it paid off during today's talks, the fact that the royals put on such a fabulous show yesterday?
I think it really has, you know, sort of, we had the soft opener, you know, the royals and all the royals, not just a couple of them, you know, William and Kate and Charles and Camilla, the whole big ceremony at Windsor Castle that we spoke about. And I do think it was given Trump quite a glow. He's you know, he's had an absolutely amazing time, and then they've sort of handed him off to Starmer at Chequers, and he's still kind of reveling in that post-glow of he loves meeting the royals. So, as you can see, it's been very sort of a good meeting between them. They're clearly very close friends, and Starmer has spoken about their friendship and said, we genuinely like each other. You know, we're world leaders, we genuinely have a good relationship. Now, what we've seen, some very big numbers being bandied about now. So, we've seen the figure £250 billion, which is 338 billion. Now, that's, as Starmer says, flowing both ways across the Atlantic. So that's a big injection from the US and the UK going back as well. Now, of that 250 billion, 90 billion pounds was a commitment from the private equity firm Blackstone. And there's also pledges from Microsoft as well. So we've got some big names, and it's all very tech-based also. So as far as that goes, there are still critics. So Nick Clegg, the former Deputy Prime Minister, he actually called the deal sloppy seconds from Silicon Valley. He said a lot of these tech companies are going to be building these data centres anyway. It's nothing special. They've just moved it forward a little bit so that they could talk about it.
And I did think that the criticism from Nick Clegg on the Today Show was quite strong. It wasn't something that I was expecting. Like, he did say that sloppy seconds, it's something that was set up a while ago. But at the same time, it also puts into focus the fact that we have so much talent in the UK, especially when it comes to AI. So away from the criticism, I actually think Keir Starmer has done a pretty good job here.
Yeah, I think he's done a great job. I was watching the press conference, and I thought Trump in particular, as he showed some of the clips there, he looked very laid back. There was no aggression. There was no sort of some combativeness that you've seen generally. And I think maybe it's because he was, you know, sort of outside the Oval Office, where generally we've seen so many of these leaders sort of fall. But I did think, you know, I'm not British, but I thought sometimes Starmer was you know, greasing the wheel kind of a little bit too much, and I thought he could be a little bit more sort of statesman's-like, if you know what I mean. But I thought I think all the compliments, you know, were coming from both sides. But I kind of think it is definitely going to go down sort of in history as a moment, and I think it should as well. Like, the UK should have, you know, gone to this effort, because at the end of the day, Donald Trump is the most powerful man in the world. But also, he's the president of the United States. So I think befitting the office he has, whether you like the sort of the orange man, or whether you agree with him or disagree with him, I think, you know, the president of the United States should get this kind of treatment in general. But they did go way over the top in terms of, like, this was the largest military ceremonial welcome for any state visit. And I kind of think if you were to think what other state visits has there been in Britain since Charles, you know, we kind of remember France a couple of months ago, but there was South Africa, South Korea, Japan. I don't really remember any of those particularly.
No,
to be honest.
They didn't get a fly pass, did they?
No, there was none of that. So I think it is befitting the so-called special relationship between the two major English language.
And I do agree with that, and I do think the special relationship was in full force, because we must remember the history between the UK and the US, and this is something Donald Trump spoke about, and also King Charles spoke about the deep history. But I thought the news conference was very revealing today, the one with Starmer and Donald Trump. I really was watching it quite closely, and I was quite surprised when Donald Trump said that he'd been let down by Vladimir Putin, almost sound like he was interested in pressuring Putin more than he maybe had been in the past. And was that the influence of King Charles brought up Ukraine in his speech last night, and conversations with Keir Starmer. And I also thought the difference when it came to recognising a Palestinian state and the conflict in Gaza was another interesting point of view. And they said, we don't agree on this. This is our stance. So do you think the soft power really did work in many favours?
I think him talking about Trump in that way, it shows that he was very comfortable where he is, and he has been cosseted, and they are friends. So it's almost like when you're that comfortable, you can make these admissions that he might not have made in other countries or any other times. So I do think that's quite telling.
They kind of like helped each other out in the press conference. If there was an awkward question, they said, well, I'll pass that to you. Or, you know, like when the Mandelson question came up, weirdly, the journalist didn't mention, you know, sort of Epstein or anything like that, just called it like historical sort of issues, which I thought was a strange move. But they kind of like helped each other out. When you kind of think in a lot of the Oval Office sort of speeches that we saw with other leaders, you kind of felt like Trump was almost out to get a gotcha moment at the whole time, but there was no sense of that at all. So I kind of think
comfortable.
Maybe, and it was, you kind of noticed that as well on the Gulf trip as well. So I think the best way to get sort of Trump is to get him out of the White House and get him onto like strange territory where he's maybe going to be impressed by sort of gold and, you know, his history and royals. So I think that seems to be the way forward, is trying get him out of Washington. The only thing I heard mentioned, which I think is worth considering, is whether when Keir Starmer went over and sort of gave the letter from King Charles, whether they've gone too early, because like there's still 3 more years to go, and you've had the state visit. You can't really do another one. He's the only president who's had 2 state visits. Yeah. So, you know, you've kind of, it's like as if you're playing poker or some game and you've given away all your cards early.
So I have heard this theory being brought up, you know, did we play the cards too soon? But actually, if you look at the dynamics and you look at the picture, you zoom out more on Keir Starmer than you do on Donald Trump. Keir Starmer is on the ropes politically in the UK.
Yeah.
We've seen Angela Rayner, the Deputy Prime Minister, lose her job over a scandal involving house payment and tax. We've seen 11 MPs leave his cabinet, and he's been in power a year and got that huge landslide majority for Labour.
Mandelson.
We just brought up Mandelson, links to Jeffrey Epstein. And then Reform are surging ahead in the polls. So I wonder if we say, is this too soon? Or do you think this will be something that will bring Starmer back into favour with the British people? How positive this has gone.
Possibly. Like there was a lot of interesting commentary I saw on a lot of the TV stations today saying that, okay, a lot of people may not agree with Trump, the personality, but actually Trumpian policies and politics are on the increase in the UK. If you look at, you know, even in the press conference they talked about, you know, how he had stopped, I think, like all Mexicans illegally coming in. I don't know if that's true, but it was said. And he was saying about, you know, like you've got the issues with the small boats coming in. He's clamping down on crime. He's, you know, lower taxes, lower oil. All of these are the things that are now becoming very popular in the UK. So even if you don't like the man, his politics in the UK is increasingly becoming mainstream.
Perhaps it is savvy by Starmer. You know, obviously, Reform is a right-wing political party. Trump is a well-known right-wing politician. So by Starmer saying, hey, look, I might be left or centrist, but I'm really good friends with this guy who has right-wing policies, you know, perhaps it looks like he can play both sides.
And I agree with that. I think in some ways might have been a bit early, but it's actually come at a good time for Keir Starmer. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And thousands of families are scrambling to escape Gaza City as Israel pushes ahead with a major ground assault. Israel says it's aiming to free its hostages and defeat up to 3,000 Hamas fighters, and says it will open a temporary new route for people to flee. But its offensive is facing global condemnation. Dr. Ellie, we look at the pictures on our screens and we sort of see the chaos unfolding in Gaza City, and that's how it feels. Do you think Israel's occupation of Gaza City will eradicate Hamas in the region and finally bring some sort of closure to what's been happening?
Well, again, practically speaking, if they occupy all the land and actually control above and underground fully, they might make sure that Hamas is no longer there as a leadership, as an authority. But what about Hamas's ideology? What about Hamas supporters? What about Hamas outside the Palestinian border or the border of Gaza in that sense? And the more important question, how long does it going to take? How much destruction is it going to take? How much death of people is it going to take to actually have that full unconditional control in that? So I doubt that we can speak about eradicating Hamas in that sense. It does not make sense. It's going to be coming at an extremely high price. And more importantly, we repeat again and again, what is the plan of the day after? What kind of peace? A peace with who? If you're killing the diplomats, if you're killing the negotiators, if you're aggressing a state that is leading the mediation, what are you expecting? Who are you going to be dealing with? And in the middle of that, going back to Trump, unconditional support from the US, even against the attack of Qatar on Qatari soil. Absolutely no significant condemnation or significant action, let's say, by Trump's administration. On the contrary, Rubio came, and he came to support Israel and to see how they can stop Israel being pressured by other countries.
And I do know that when Rubio went on that visit to Israel, he did say he was going to get questions on the day after Israel's plans for what happens after the occupation of Gaza City. But we didn't seem to get much information from that visit either. So people are left in the dark when it comes to that.
Let me just add one point, if I may. This tactic of surrounding a certain city and keep bombing it until the people flee out is a clear tactic that has been used by Putin, by ISIS, by Assad, by different people around the world. It's a clear statement that we want the land without the people. So we will surround the city, we keep bombing it and destroying it, keeping one way out of the people, guiding them to where we want them to go. So it's unfortunately becoming clearer and clearer that Israel intends to stay in control of Gaza, and if possible, without all of the Palestinian people.
And we talked about the death toll earlier, 65,000 people. The UN Commission has declared a genocide, and it becomes a very difficult situation for these people, Gemma, especially trying to flee Gaza City right now. And where are they going to go to? And is there any way that they can possibly ever return to their homes?
Well, as you said, there's one route out. Interestingly, they're being pushed towards this so-called humanitarian zone further south. Now, today, the Israeli army said they're going to open another temporary route out of the city that's only going to be open for 48 hours. That's another corridor because the existing route is become completely congested. You know, you're seeing long delays. You're just seeing families by the side of the road. They don't really know where to go. So this sort of notion that there's another route being open for 48 hours, I mean, I don't know how much good that does, particularly for people who don't have anywhere to go. So over the sort of past year, there's been 4 countries that have been, 5 actually, if you include Jordan as well, that have been touted. Their names seemingly picked out of nowhere, because when these countries are asked, oh, so you've said you're going to take in refugees, they're kind of confused, you know, that there's been no talks about it. So Egypt, the Egyptian foreign minister, has said that Egypt will not take in any refugees on the grounds that to do so would be an end to the Palestinian state. They've been very firm on that. Now, other countries whose names have been touted, South Sudan, Indonesia and Somaliland. Now, South Sudan have rejected reports as baseless that they were ever going to take in all these refugees. Indonesia had said they would take in 2,000 Palestinians who need help or urgent medical care, but that they would then be sent back. And Somaliland said there's been no such talks whatsoever. Jordan obviously rejected the plans immediately. So as to where they will go, there is still no answer.
And, you know, you named a few countries there which are having their own domestic issues and their own domestic problems. So would it even be safe for them to go to those countries is the big question I think a lot of people will be asking. But earlier I spoke to Nomi Bar Yaakov, international peace negotiator and fellow at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. We spoke at length about the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu. Take a listen.
I think that he was persuaded by Netanyahu that Hamas has to be, quote, unquote, eliminated. And I think that he believes that this is the way to go forward. And that is why I think he probably green-lighted the attack on Doha. And that is why he has green-lighted the attack on Gaza. The current one on Gaza City. It's very clear because Marco Rubio, he was in Israel just on the eve of the attack, made it very clear that the attack has US support.
And there we are. It's sort of that big question. As long as Israel has US support, it seems unstoppable.
Definitely. Just a continuation of what Gemma was saying. We know in Lebanon for a fact firsthand that the people were pushed out their homes in 48 and 49, and they came out with the key of their homes in their hand, and they were expecting to come back in a week or 2 weeks. They've been there in Lebanon and other countries since 48. So it is really the long-term game that is being played by Israel and having the full support of the US. However, again, all logic says that it should become a very embarrassing issue for the Trump administration, and it seems that Trump administration really does not care. We just had the UN report yesterday confirming, by independent commission, confirming that 4 out of the 5 criteria of genocide have been implemented. I always said I don't use this word slightly or lightly in any way because it's really technical and a legal perspective. Now we have the legal documentation, the proof that 4 out of the 5 criteria of genocide have been committed by the Israeli forces in Gaza, and still the world is unable to stop them.
The British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is facing massive pressure from his own MPs over his hiring of the former UK ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson. Starmer previously defended Mandelson in the Commons, despite being made aware of emails exchanged between the former Labour minister and the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Questions are now being asked about Starmer's leadership, with the opposition leader Kemi Badenoch accusing him of lying to Parliament and also to the public. Wissam, I don't know right now what the answer is for Keir Starmer. He has been under immense pressure for a long time. We've seen 11 MPs leave his cabinet, some related to quite serious scandals. The heat is on him over Peter Mandelson. No one is taking the foot off the gas when it comes to this. Is there any way that he can come out of this politically unscathed?
Keir Starmer?
Yes.
Keir Starmer, well, the very internal dynamics of UK politics, they will use, the opponents are using this to have a storm around Keir Starmer. But it's part of the internal, culture of doing politics. But seeing it from outside, Peter Mandelson is a veteran politician. Seen from inside, he is a bit dark. He has a lot of, negative stories going around him. From outside, he has been the EU commissioner for 5 years. He is a prominent politician. And he is now in this huge storm called Jeffrey Epstein, who is like an octopus hitting right and left everywhere, from Donald Trump to the king himself and his brother, and now to... So it's a big story. Epstein is an octopus. He has been in contact with everyone. Now, in the details, the problem is that Mandelson has been in contact with the Epstein world after he was, in his troubles, and he cannot say that I didn't know. Now we will see how much. It's going to be, of course, damaging, but within limits, I think. It's not going to be the collapse of the government or anything. This is what I think.
I think that's an interesting view to take, because I do think in the UK the main questions are about Keir Starmer's judgment, and that's a really big concern over the Deputy Leader Angela Rayner, over Peter Mandelson and his appointment, because the vetting process is what's in question. But I wonder if he can survive this, or if he's just basically one drama away from...
Do you vet someone like Peter Mandelson? He is too known to be vetted. I don't know about this Epstein case, but if you are a prime minister forming your administration, Peter Mandelson is a natural candidate.
But then he also was always linked to Epstein, and that should be a red flag for people to vet someone that they're putting in as the US ambassador.
Of course. But, you know, the Epstein case is a very curious case, and it won't unfold very, very, very soon.
And I think this is one of the, I think there's a couple of issues at play, but I think that that's one of them. I think that politicians who are being affected, as well as powerful people who have yet to be affected that we know of, I think they're surprised at the staying power of Epstein files in the summer of 2025. I mean, he died more than 5 years ago. And I think many people thought that when that death occurred, this would go away. But now it's come back. And isn't it interesting that the first person to lose their job over it has been a British politician, not anyone in the States. And it was in America that we thought that's where, you know, those politicians would be the ones that would really have to suffer the consequences. But I also think that getting to someone like Mandelson, it's one of the issues with some of these Gen Z protest movements that happened in Sri Lanka, Indonesia, most recently in Nepal, is that he represents that status quo that the young are fed up with. You know, and you brought up a really good point. Do you need to vet somebody who's been in so many senior positions for so long? Yeah. And you almost think you just have to rubber stamp him. He's survived with so many other administrations. Surely he'll be fine. Surely there's nothing in his closet. When in fact, what needs to happen is you need to sort of step back and start evaluating who is it that you're bringing in. And if it's the same status quo, then you need to reevaluate, because I think people around the world nowadays, they look at, again, what's going on in Gaza and, you know, the criticism of Israel. They want to sort of reassess everything. And when you have somebody who represents the old guard, that's the first red flag. Never mind the fact that he had a relationship with Epstein. The first red flag is, why are we going down this road and rehashing the same old, same old?
Absolutely. And the generational issue is very relevant. And it's not only in the UK, it's everywhere in the world. I mean, people are now asking the question whether it's the rise of a new world with a new generation that necessitates, it needs different rules, different mentality. And maybe what's happening is somewhere related to this as well. I mean, rethinking why those veterans should always be there. I mean, shouldn't we be finding, you know, the people who represent best the values of the new generation? But I do think, I mean, to be back to the Epstein, you know, case, it is very complicated and it is being used, I mean, not used, but it's there always to make problems and things that are not related to it at all. So maybe it opens the door to being used.
And it's very difficult when it comes to the Epstein files, because when Donald Trump was running to be president for the second time,
he said he will, yeah.
And it wasn't just him, right? It was J.D. Vance. It was Kash Patel, who heads the FBI. It was the number 2 at the FBI, Dan Bongino, when he was a podcaster. It was Pam Bondi, and she's the Attorney General now. These are the people that are in the ideal position so that they can release everything.
But maybe it's to do with intelligence. It's something we'll never know. But, you know, you made a really good point, and I was thinking about this. Peter Mandelson, I covered politics as a younger journalist in England, and obviously Peter Mandelson came up a lot, and you said maybe don't vet him for the reasons is he's held so many top positions. And of course Peter Mandelson became famous because he was sort of the man who was responsible for getting Tony Blair into power in that landslide Labour election. We can't forget that, and when I think of Mandelson we think of that. But the reality is maybe Keir Starmer took this gamble on Mandelson because he knows how to charm Donald Trump. He's the old guard of politician. But the big question is, will the gamble work out? You know, will it be okay in the end? Because he got this tariffs deal, he helped set up the second state visit. So maybe it wasn't all bad.
And I think the Prime Minister can be blinded by the positives. Right? If somebody comes to you and tells you some negatives about somebody who you believe in, you're I think it's your natural inclination as humans is to sort of say, that's okay, it won't be a big issue, or I could deal with it, or we'll handle the fallout when it happens. But he has these wonderful positives. And you're already predisposed to believe in the positives rather than to question the negatives. And I think someone like Mandelson, who came in and was successful early on, and now this has happened. And again, it goes back to an earlier point, which is that the Prime Minister probably thought, the Epstein stuff has gone away. It's not so much of a red flag anymore. This is what he can do for us moving forward, and I know he'll be effective. When really what he should have done is, I can't go down that road because of his connection with Jeffrey Epstein, and that's going to make sure that I'm very aware that we're not going to take any chance, regardless of the relationship that he might have with Donald Trump.
When Vice President J.D. Vance has hosted the Charlie Kirk Show this evening as a tribute to the right-wing activist who was killed at one of his rallies at Utah Valley University last week. It comes as Utah's governor, Spencer James Cox, said the alleged killer, Tyler Robinson, is not cooperating with authorities, and investigators were still trying to establish a motive. Here's how he addressed reporters after Robinson was caught. Take a listen.
Social media is a cancer on our society right now, and I would encourage people to log off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community. That is happening, and it's happening organically right now. You have to go back to JFK to have seen a video live of something like this happening. I wasn't born until 1975, but I know that things were really dark in the late 60s. Sorry to some of you. I know some of you were there, this is our moment. Do we escalate, or do we find an off-ramp? And again, it's a choice. It's a choice, and every one of us gets to make that choice.
So, Jono, Charlie Kirk's death in the US has definitely sparked a divide. Social media has been absolutely vile. It's been quite a difficult atmosphere for people to look at and watch as the division on both sides of the political aisle deepens over in the States. But I actually think that was some fairly calm, reasonable words, and it seemed a little bit more proportionate.
Yeah, and strange, because Spencer Cox is known for being quite an inflammatory character, and most of his statements tend to rile people up. This was very calm, this was very collective, and I think that this was intentional as well. He's decided to say, listen, don't rush to conclusions, please don't jump onto your social media, don't form your opinions from this, and again was speaking to younger people to give them some restraint, to say, hold back from these decisions that you're making. I think probably a few different reasons here as well. You don't want to incite any sort of a riot, or be the reason that a riot was incited, because as we know currently, the suspect is non-cooperational with, however, people in his surrounding are being cooperating with the authorities. So what he wants to try and do here is create a sense of calm, which, to be fair, is not really what we're seeing right now. The left has gone off the hook with this, which unusual to see, because I think you sometimes always associate that with something that the right might do. But it seems that the right are having candlelit vigils, the left are spitting in the faces of police officers to try and decide what... It's really created a divide. And I saw something over the weekend saying that this may be the precipice of the US right now. This may be something that tips it over into somewhat of a civil war. And this absolute, you're either left or you're right, and you can't be in the middle. There's no middle ground politics.
And that's a sad reality, because Charlie Kirk, if you agreed with him or you didn't disagree with him, when you watched him, he was all about debate. He was all about conversation. He was all about hearing the opposing view and listening to it, and then giving his argument if he felt it was right or if it was wrong. And now there's just so much anger that's being fueled.
I think it's not so much anymore about the individuals and what they say and what their opinions. It's more about this extremely politicized atmosphere that has spread in the US and in so many other countries as well. I think this is mainly the problem. I mean, nobody deserves to be killed or die in this way for something they said, for their opinion, for practicing their freedom of speech, regardless of whether, which side of the spectrum are they on. It's just it's very sad what's happening, and this polarization within the American society doesn't seem to be basically getting any less. It's getting worse, and we're heading to difficult times, I think.
I think he's such a divisive character that you either sit, and I think that's probably why this is the precipice of something that's going to be much greater. We're seeing it at an absolute top level, and J.D. Vance is now on there hosting the show, and you just think you have to be for or against. And I think that's always a risk where you run with it. But we are seeing some of the things from the left are really, really shocking right now, and you have to wonder, well, where is this hatred coming from? Where is this? At the end of the day, it's an argument about free speech, because...
Or is it a reaction? I mean, some people, they believe, could be a reaction to the other side, to the radicalized right. And the radicalized right, they believe that it's the other way around.
But I do think that there needs to be a situation. Lots of people have spoken to me, and we've all got social media. And Jono and Rawia, I feel like on a personal level, I've gone on social media and it's hatred. I feel it's vile. It's a man's life. Why have we started dehumanizing political figures like this?
Yeah.
And it just seems almost what's happened. Why?
And with Charlie having such a phenomenal following, 2 million people following him on social media, and now for him to be catapulted into regardless of what you think of his views, there's been pictures over the weekend of his wife at his open casket holding his hand, which is, it's awful to have to look at two kids.
Very 1 and 3.
Yeah, and regardless, and there's a lot of things that Charlie Kirk has said that I thought, okay, this I don't agree with, this I don't agree with. But guess what? Freedom of speech. He's entitled to have that opinion.
And that's also the basis of a democracy.
Absolutely.
Democratic.
I'm entitled to say I don't like that opinion, but I don't need to go out there, spit in the face of police officers who are out there to control the law, which is what we're seeing on social.
Isn't this the predominant atmosphere, even created by the Trump administration, where any voices of dissent are excluded from certain, federal jobs, or... There is a mechanism that is creating this polarization on both sides, from both sides, I think.
And I think Donald Trump would probably argue that when Joe Biden was in power, they tried to put him in jail. And we saw a really strong rhetoric against Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. So I think this is the problem, Jono and Rawia. There's no middle ground right now.
Yeah, there is not.
Either with me or against me.
Exactly, but they're so radical on both sides. But to be fair, when it comes to this particular situation...
This is definitely extreme and unacceptable.
This is extreme, absolutely. And it's extreme from the left. And I'm thinking, you guys are going out there doing everything that you've said is not okay to do. Like, we're seeing absolutely horrific treatment of other people, other human beings, by people who are far left, now saying that they're doing this because they're standing up for somebody who was killed in the far right. And the whole thing makes no sense right now.
It's true, but I mean, to put things in perspective, The Economist did this survey or a study looking at violent incidents, basically politically driven, on the right, by the right, extreme right or extreme left, to see actually, and this was the title of the piece, to see if the shooting of Charlie Kirk signals whether there is a rise in the radical left extreme, and the findings show that no, actually, all the statistics still show that there's a much higher percentage of violent acts leading to killing done by the radical right rather than the radical left.
And I think this is a conversation that will go on and on at the moment in the political sphere. But we can't forget that Charlie Kirk was a young man.
Yes,
he was 31 years old. He was changing the political landscape. He did a lot for J.D. Vance's career. He was close to Donald Trump. He did a lot for university students because debate is important, and he tried to get people to listen to voices. And of course, he left a wife and 2 young kids.
Of course,
and sometimes maybe it's just policing yourself before you write something on social media. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And Hollywood stars graced the red carpet in Los Angeles last night for the 77th Primetime Emmy Awards. There were cash awards for short speeches, a historic prize for the mini-series Adolescents, and a big win for the Late Show host Stephen Colbert. All right, so 77th. I can never say 77th. Anyway, Jono, moving on from that. So we had the youngest ever male Emmy winner, Owen Cooper, and that was for his role in Adolescents. Adolescents was phenomenal. If you haven't watched it, it was everything in one. It was so well deserved.
No. But my adolescent daughter watched it, actually.
There we are. So, yes, close enough.
So again, I think it's one of those, and I haven't watched it as well, but it's one of those series that you have to be in the mind frame for going into it. But 15 years old, and he's a kid. He stood up there and his speech, which he made sure was under the allocated time of 45 seconds, was, I was nothing about 3 years ago. I'm here now. Step out of your comfort zone a little. Who cares if you get embarrassed? And I think that is a message to other kids or other adolescents who will look at the TV show, watch the Emmys and say, wow, look at what he's done for himself. It's just a wonderful, heartwarming story. Now, the miniseries itself has won 6 awards at the Emmys. It was one of the biggest winners, that along with the new series, The Pit. So it's raw, it's authentic if you have seen it. And again, I've just seen previews, but it's shot on one continuous shot, which was, groundbreaking somewhat. There's been movies that have done that in the past, but this one really had a deep reach. It also had a message that resonated with a lot of people who watched this, not just adolescents, but also any adult who has gone through the whole school process will know what this was like. So I think that's probably why it cleaned up at the Emmys, and apparently deservedly so.
It was absolutely, it was brilliant. You must watch it. But I found it extremely emotional, and I don't want to give anything away, but when you'll watch it, you'll see why. And I thought that young actor was absolutely phenomenal. He was so good in it.
He practically won his first Emmy from his first scene.
Isn't that amazing?
His first scene. This is truly amazing.
Yeah, and that's why I think what he said in his acceptance speech is so nice, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
very cute.
Just give it a go.
Yes,
you never know what could happen.
Very innocent.
I know. And Ralia, the ceremony's host, said a $100,000 charity donation would decrease for every speech longer than 45 seconds. Right, okay. I don't know, but, do celebrities deserve this platform? Should they go up and talk and talk and talk, or 45 seconds and out?
Well, not talk and talk and talk, but I think 45 seconds is a bit too short, especially in certain circumstances or in certain wins, for example, lifetime achievement. I mean, poor Noah Weil this year. I mean, 45 seconds to thank everybody and to talk about his career that he spent decades, achieving. Or, for example, it's like telling Hattie McDaniel back in 1940 when she won her first Oscar, and she is the first African-American actress to win it. She won it for Gone with the Wind. No, don't talk, don't celebrate. I mean, these are milestones. These are not just for the actor, but for possibly a complete demographic, or
for everyone who watches their films and loves them and wants to hear what they're going to say.
Stephen Colbert, I mean, deserved...
He doesn't have the airtime. He's already there. And again, we've just spoken about social
deserved
media.
Enough time,
Maybe, but he's got social. If you're a big fan of Stephen Colbert, go on there. He can do his own picture afterwards with the Emmy, do a reel on Instagram, post up and tell everyone how happy he is that he won. 45 seconds is a long time. I always try and equate this, if you do silence for 45 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
It's an eternity. Because they're up there thanking their mum, their dad, their dead grandmother, their goldfish. Where do you draw the line and say...
No, but one thing I find interesting, Jono, and I don't know if you agree with me, but Ricky Gervais says this, and I don't have the quote on me because I don't have my phone on set, but basically it's like, don't go up there and talk about politics. We don't care what you think.
Well, I mean... Don't you think that they made it exactly 45 seconds with this entire sort of joke, gimmick, I don't know, what do you call it?
Yeah, it's
to avoid political
I think there would have been
messaging.
Elements of that. And we've seen a lot of that recently. We even saw Hugh Bonneville at the premiere of Downton Abbey, the finale, where he took an opportunity with a reporter to make a political statement. And I think a lot of people would have done that as well. What they've done, however, and it's really, it's almost like a TV game show, they are taking $100,000 of the charity donation for every speech that went over 45 seconds.
That's cruel.
Which is horrific, because that's a charity that's suffering.
Cruel. I think they could have done it in so many different ways. Exactly.
Yeah.
For example, they could say, okay, you have 60 seconds. If you go over it and you have a cap at 90 seconds, you need to donate to a charity, not to deduct from a charity. You know.
And again, I think true to what you said, there are certain categories like best actor, best actress in a TV series, in a movie. Those kind of things maybe deserve a bit of time. But when we're down to like best makeup, like, who cares? It should be like the Oscars, where we'll do a whole 15 envelopes beforehand, where you say, right, the best gaffer on set, you know, here you go, here's your award.
See, another sort of, there are solutions. There are different solutions to this
and I
problem.
think they do deserve, people
one.
who get the big awards deserve the seconds on the stage.
And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News. Now turning to other news, specifically to the Middle East, because Syria is preparing to hold its first parliamentary elections since the fall of Bashar al-Assad, elections that are set for late September of this year. Well, 1/3 of the 210 seats will be appointed by the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Shara, with the rest to be elected. Well, there are, of course, multiple challenges in Syria. And we're going to be discussing some of them with our next guest, who is Nawar Najma, the Syrian spokesperson for the Higher Committee for People's Assembly Elections. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. These are, as I was saying, the first elections since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. How important are they, both symbolically and in terms of what these elections will change?
Thank you so much for having me, and my greetings to the viewers. I think that all the moves that have been made following the fall of the Bashar al-Assad regime are symbolic, but this one is of significant importance since it reinforces the principle of people's just participation at large. Since the 8th of December, there were demands at the local and international levels to expand the scope of political engagement. We believe that this could be the most important step towards this direction, as we believe that there could be a diversity from the just the Syrian components and segments that could contribute to the People's Assembly, and that could really voice the aspiration of the Syrian people. As you know, the most important power is the legislative power in Syria.
Okay, so as you say, some extremely important elections and a real concrete step towards a new chapter for your country. What's the public mood like with regards to these elections? Is there a general sense of excitement?
يعني طبعا المزاج العام أولا يعني
Of course, the public mood is really great for the Syrian people. Perhaps this is due to the fact that it is their first experience, given the fact that they have not experienced this for the last 6 decades. Today we had the final list of the candidates for the parliament elections, and many people are satisfied with the electoral college, but the public mood has been following up the events of those elections, and they have keeping a close eye on those details. So I think, at large, if we are talking about the public mood, then it is really quite positive.
Okay, and for people who are concerned about Syria and the transition from one leadership to the new and current leadership, does it look to you like Syria is well and truly on the track towards genuine democracy?
يعني طبعا هو أنت في هذا النوع من الانتقال السياسي.
With those kind of political transition, we are talking about radical changes here. Of course, this always comes with some kind of concern, because the changes always come with some kind of concern. But this concern is diminishing step by step over the last 8 months. Now, the level of concern is way less than it was on the 8th of December. There are many practical steps that have been taken by the Syrian community at large, not only the authorities, in building trust with the components and segments of the Syrian society, so that we can move into a more democratic system. The question of democracy will happen gradually, and that's why we are taking cautious steps and maybe slow steps at times, but to ensure that they are safe. We need a democracy that would really suit the Syrian society. But what we are doing today is a genuine step for building a democracy that could resemble the Syrian community and the circumstances that they have been through.
Obviously, Syria is a country made up of many different groups, ethnic groups, religious groups, and Syria has been in the headlines these last 11 or 12 months regarding incidents involving these minorities, whether it's the Alawites, the Druze, the Christians. With regards to these elections, what's being done to make sure that all of those different groups are represented and their voices are heard?
يعني الحقيقة نحن عند تشكيل الهيئات
As a matter of fact, when we started the Supreme Electoral Commission for the People Assemblies, we have taken into account the ethnic background of all those provinces, so that we are fair. We have seen a great enthusiasm from the Syrian people toward the People Assembly. The Syrian community is diverse by nature, and they have been so thousands of years ago. Nothing changed except for the fact that that over the last 6 decades there was just a propaganda of the authoritarian regime of Assad. Now they are just getting their nation back, and that's why the reflection of the representation of all those components and segments, of course, will give them the fact that the opportunity to have just a political participation, and this will be this will be ignoring any kind of ethnic division that they lived in the past.
Okay, and it was confirmed a couple of days ago that, I mean, obviously given the situation in the south of Syria, in Suwaida, which is of course home to a Druze majority, elections unfortunately doesn't look like they're going to take place there. I mean, do correct me if I'm wrong. Will elections be held there eventually? Why can't they be held now?
لا هو الحقيقة لن تعقد الانتخابات في السويداء.
In fact, the elections will not be held in Suwaida, and the reason is due to the fact that those kind of elections would require a kind of transparent and safe environment, which we are missing now in Suwaida. And with the fact that there are just armed controls that are outside the control of the government of Damascus, and that they are controlling the situation there. So the problem in Suwaida is not a problem with a certain sect, but rather with a certain factions of the sect that they are taking control in there. And we, in fact, are not able, from a security perspective, to hold elections in these places. With that said, we are keen that the people in the province of Suwaida would be represented in the People's Assembly, and therefore we have just decided to leave their seats vacant so that they could exercise their right to be represented, hoping that those armed factions could have a higher level of responsibility to understand that the unity of Syria is what matters for the integrity and dignity of the Syrian people. But sadly, they do not perform anything of what has been discussed so far.
Okay, so that Suwaida is one place where elections are being postponed or not being held. Also, Raqqa and Hasaka are other places that are going to see a postponement of elections. So in all, about 10% of the council seats are not going to be elected during these elections because of various security issues. I mean, it does mean, doesn't it, that we can't say that Syria is fully on track towards democracy.
لا هو يعني نقص 10% من مقاعد.
Well, 10% of the People's Assembly's vacancy is something really sad, but we cannot say that Syria is not on track toward democracy, because 90% of the Syrian people are tiptoeing toward democracy and to represent people at large. And there are just a great number of people who wish to be involved in the political process, but they don't have the freedom to exercise this right as a result of the control of those armed factions. Of course, the absence of those seats might really have an impact on the People's Assemblies or the Parliament from a symbolic point of view. Going forward, we hope that the People's Assembly's seats will be filled, but this will not have any ramification at the legislative level, and all those who are elected will be undertaking their functions soon.
And just from where you said, obviously you're in Damascus, and I can see Damascus behind you, but does it look and sound as though the situation in the provinces we mentioned is coming under control and that peace and stability is on the horizon? Is that how it looks to you?
Well, I have always been saying and even calling on those people who are living abroad, whether they are Syrians or just the media outlets, to look at Syria from within. It is really sad that the people in Raqqa and Suwaida do not just entertain the security status that we have it in other areas which are under the control of the legislative government in Damascus, that are living in peace and calmness. And we could see some signs of improvement of economic conditions, which gives us hope. We hope that this will apply to all other provinces. As far as Suwaida, Al-Hasaka, Raqqa, the military factions do not just deprive the people from their political involvement only, but rather but also to hop on the train of developments that have just started in Damascus and Syria at large.
Okay, and of course, Syria is still in a fragile situation security-wise. It's a transitional phase, and a lot has happened in a very short space of time. But how much of an issue and how much of an obstacle has security been in organizing these elections?
The
security situation in Syria is improving on a daily basis, and especially in major cities. Of course, with that said, there could be some just minor incidents, but they are on the decline. As far as the elections are concerned, there are no security challenges, and we have seen that firsthand from our work at the Supreme Electoral Commission for the People's Assembly, where we started 2 months ago in holding consultations in different provinces, and we had not encountered any security situation. I think the security situation will improve with the increase of the Minister of Interior personnel, their training. Generally, the security situation in the major cities is really great.
And given that the last regime was so masterful in generating propaganda and fake news, extremely present on social media with trolls and everything else pumping out their messages, are you concerned about interference in these elections from external forces, which could include elements still loyal to Bashar al-Assad?
يعني طبعا نحن هذه القوى وربما بعض الدول أيضا.
Of course, maybe it is fair to say that some of the countries that have been supporting the defunct regime have always been betting on the failure of this process, and that can be seen from those just actors that have been interfering negatively. But I can see that there is just a public opinion for the Syrian people, where even in the coastal area, now we can see that there is an increase in the level of awareness for the state building, but not to a specific sect or segment. I don't think that they will be able to intervene in the Syrian affairs or to distort the facts, and many of them have been tweeting on social media, as we can see. Let me say again that now the Syrians' immunity, so to speak, has become now so great.
Okay, just a practical question now, because the seat distribution in these elections is based on the population size of Syria's 14 governorates, but the population was determined in a census back in 2010, and since then around a third of the Syrian population, about 7 million people, have gone to live abroad. There's widespread displacement still within Syria. People's homes have been destroyed, whole towns and cities have been destroyed. How difficult is it to organize an election in this context, and given these rather historic census results?
يعني هو الحقيقة هذا التحدي هو الذي يعني
As a matter of fact, this challenge is so pressing, and that's why we have started the process of indirect election process, contrary to the traditional pathway of elections. Maybe this could be a stumbling block, given the fact that we are just relying on the 2011 census, but we thought that those people, even though that they have just left their places, but the growth of people has been quite proportionate to the number of seats based on the censuses of 2011. And I think this does not have any impact on the election. Also, we have now just ignored the matter of the addresses that have been changed, or the people who have moved just to different parts of the country. And as I mentioned, this mechanism that we are adopting is not quite traditional or conventional.
Okay, so you've got everything ready. The voting process is ready to go. Are you confident that voting will happen in a secure context? Are you concerned about the possibility of any kind of disruption or any kind of violence surrounding these elections?
يعني أنا أتوقع أنه نعم سوف تجري الأمور بشكل
I
آمن.
think things will just go smoothly. There are no indications that would just that those elections might be disrupted by any acts of violence. But we know that there are some people who really do not wish for the Syrian people to paint a new chapter for their lives in Syria. By and large, I'm quite optimistic, and I don't think there would be any security challenges, but rather things might just go quiet, smooth sailing, and it would be different from the elections that we had in the past. And from now, we can see that states media, that media outlets from different parts of the world have started just to come to Syria. This will be a milestone, a historical event to hold those elections given those circumstances.
Yeah, and obviously very different from elections that were held whilst Bashar al-Assad was running the country, because he tended to win an extremely implausible number of votes, didn't he? Very often winning 80-90% of the votes in elections like these.
لا طبعا يعني هو أساسا لم يكن هناك انتخابات في سوريا كان هناك
honestly there were no elections. It was just a part of the tyranny of the Assad regime, and they have always focused on form and not content, and there were no genuine elections over the last 6 decades. What we have seen is that it was a kind of reinforcements for the principle of tyranny of the Assad's family. But now things have changed. Maybe the mechanism is just not conventional as mentioned, but it will be a political process that will really help us just to have this legislative power that will be paving the way for the upcoming phase.
Okay, Mr. Najma, when can we expect some results to emerge from these elections? How long will it take to tally all of these votes?
لا هو ظهور النتائج سيكون سريعا جدا.
I think it will happen quite fast. So the elections will be held before the end of September, and we are quite hopeful that with the early beginning of October that the People's Assembly has started its sessions.
Okay, and just lastly, I want to ask you about a visit today by the Syrian Foreign Minister to Washington. Foreign Minister Asad al-Shibani is there. It's the first visit to Washington by a senior Syrian official in 25 years. What do you think that indicates about where Syria is today?
يعني الزيارة اليوم والزيارة المرتقبة أيضا.
Mr. Shibani's visit to Washington and also the President's visit to the United States means a comeback of Syria to its natural place in the international community, and also having those political figures representing the Syrian community. And this is really an evidence that the Syrian government would love to have a normal relation with all the neighbors and the countries of the world at large. And now Mr. Shibani's visit to the United States has got many symbolic dimensions and political dimensions, which mean that the Syrians and the Syrian government are quite keen and eager to have great relations with all countries, including the United States. And this is the new Syria. In fact, this is the new Syria that is aspiring for peace.
Okay, well, we wish you well with the elections, and we wish Syria and the Syrian people all the best with this new and exciting chapter. Thank you very much indeed, Nawal Najma, Syrian spokesperson for the Higher Committee for the People's Assembly election. Thank you very much indeed.
شكرا جزيلا لكم.
Now, turning our eye to other world news, and specifically to the Middle East. And the civilian death toll in Gaza is continuing to rise as Israel pushes its ground invasion of the Strip's largest city. That's despite growing international condemnation. Well, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres says Israel shows no interest in a peaceful outcome. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Olga Cherevko, who is a spokesperson for OCHA in Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Olga. I gather you're in Deir al-Ballah, which, for the benefit of our viewers, is a city about halfway down the length of the Gaza Strip, equidistant between Gaza City and Khan Yunis. Just tell us what the situation is like there in Gaza today.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, I am here in Deir al-Ballah, and here the situation is very, very desperate. It is getting much more crowded than it already was. People are looking for spaces to sleep anywhere they can find, and as we have said repeatedly, there is a very, very small area of Gaza that is currently not either under displacement orders or in otherwise militarized areas. So people are in need of food, of shelter, of water, medical care, and everything is in very, very short supply.
Indeed, and I mean, food insecurity has been a recurrent issue for several months now. What level of supplies, what sorts of quantities of supplies are managing to reach people that need them?
So there's some supplies that are entering. There has also been a limited commercial supply entering for the past few weeks. But the issue is that the conditions on the ground are not allowing us to deliver at scale to meet people's needs, which means that we continue to face delays to pick up supplies. We continue to face many denials of missions and obstructions, as well as the routes that are provided to us by the Israeli authorities are extremely limited and many times dangerous. And I'll give you an example. I was in Gaza City just 2 days ago, and the mission that I was on actually took 2 tries, which sometimes they take many more. But the first day we got to Wadi Gaza Bridge, which is just south of Gaza City, and we were told to turn around because the mission had been denied from that point on. Then the next day we went back, and it took us 14 hours to complete the mission to deliver supplies, medical supplies, to Gaza City. And these kinds of delays, they happen all the time, and missions take 20 hours sometimes and even more.
So when the Israelis say to you, mission denied access, are you given a reason for that?
Well, sometimes we're told it's security reasons, there's operational reasons, and that's about the limit of it. But what we tried to do, for example, with this mission that took 14 hours the other day, we requested a different route because the route that we were on, it was extremely congested because until that point, it was the only route designated for the people to flee. And of course, there's thousands fleeing from the north. Many are on foot. Many are those who are able to rent vehicles to move their supplies there in those vehicles. So it is completely, the traffic had come to a standstill. So people were spending hours and hours waiting on those roads. And of course, we were taking the same road. So when we asked for a different route, we got no response. So we had to proceed on the same route.
I want to ask you specifically about the situation in Gaza City in a moment, because having said you've just been there, and obviously much of the military campaign by the Israelis is focused on Gaza City, but we'll come on to that in a minute. I wanted to ask you about something else. You're quoted as describing a distinct smell in the Gaza Strip in some of the material I've read. Just for the benefit of our viewers, describe that smell. What is it?
Well, it's a smell of dead bodies. It's a smell of decaying bodies because obviously this is there are remains that are buried under the rubble in many parts across Gaza, and really anywhere you walk, you can smell it quite strongly.
And have you, in your career as a humanitarian, ever smelt or seen anything like what you're seeing and smelling every day there?
I have in a few other places, but certainly not to the degree that it is here. It is a very small place, and this is, I think, what makes Gaza unique is that it's only 2.1 million people here, and everyone is in such dire straits. I have never worked in a place where the entire population is in dire need of assistance, and of course the toll of this war on the civilians has been absolutely devastating.
I mean, it sounds like nowhere is safe. Even one of the reports I was reading, a grenade or several grenades hit a hospital, the Rantisi Children's Hospital. I don't know if you heard about that, but it's a hospital that's, catering for children with extremely specific medical needs. Do you have any information about what happened there?
Yes. So there were strikes on the hospital overnight, I believe. This is not the first time that the hospital has been struck. I was actually in this hospital a couple of weeks ago, visiting the various departments and talking to the staff about the lack of space, the lack of medicines, and the various times that they've had to rebuild and rehabilitate various bits of the hospital after the different strikes that they've sustained. So, of course, this is something that is a very stark reality for most healthcare facilities here, and very few of them are operating now, and of course striking the ones that are still struggling to operate hits basically deals another huge blow to the healthcare system that is really on the verge of collapse now.
Let's talk about Gaza City specifically. It's being reported that Israel's been dropping leaflets on Gaza City, a city that was home to 1 million people. It's estimated about 600,000 people are still there, despite the very obvious dangers of staying. And you know, obviously, Israel is trying to encourage people to leave. Why are people so reluctant to leave Gaza City, do you think, despite the very real dangers?
So there are many reasons. One of the reasons, which is the most obvious, is that many people have mobility issues. Some people are disabled. Some people are not able to leave their house. There's another issue that after 22 months of war, people's savings have been completely depleted. And for them to be able to afford to put their things on a vehicle, to transport it, to transport their belongings to the south, it's very, very expensive. Many cannot afford it. Then the other issue is the space that I mentioned. There is a huge lack of space. The services in the south are overwhelmed. Again, many are near collapse, and people are really just, they don't know where they would go because there is simply no space. Another reason that people may not be able to leave is, and this is something that I was speaking to a friend of mine who is there now and has been trying to figure out a way to leave, but he simply cannot find a car that will take him because all of them are now engaged in transporting people. So everything is booked. So you cannot find a car. So either you do it on foot or wait for a car that becomes available. Today, I met a family in Khan Yunis. I saw them just walking down the street. The father had no shoes. The family had 3 small children. They were walking with 2 or 3 small duffel bags. And I stopped them and I spoke with them for a few minutes because I wanted to know where they came from. They came from Jabalia. They had been traveling for 3 days looking for a space in the south to sleep, and they hadn't found one until somebody had told them that they will make a small space for them available in Khan Yunis, and they were near that space when we saw them. But they have nothing. They have not even a sheet to cover them, and it's still extremely hot. They had a baby that was asleep, fortunately, but. Under such sun to walk in 3 days, it's beyond me to understand.
I mean, a horrific image you give us there of what reality is like for so many people there. And our sources are telling us that there's some confusion as well as to where people can go, conflicting information. I mean, is anywhere safe in the Gaza Strip right now?
Well, I think experience has shown that truly there is no safe place in Gaza. And I think perhaps this might be another reason that some people are not willing to move because they have moved so many times up to now. Almost everyone in Gaza has been displaced, and many people so many times that they stopped counting. So, and when they have moved, those places were struck as well. The places that were unilaterally designated as so-called humanitarian by the Israeli authorities. So this was a repeated experience by many people, and as we have seen also on the numbers of our colleagues being killed over the course of this war, we have seen that there's no safe place in Gaza.
Yeah, and you were just mentioning there people who've sort of undertaken the journey down sort of towards the south, and I looked at a map. It's about 30 kilometers from Gaza City to Khan Yunis. It would take about 6 hours on foot if you were able-bodied, but obviously not everyone is, as you've been saying. And what sort of scenes do people find when they arrive in the south? I mean, first of all, you mentioned there might not be any space. Are people also being turned away and told, you know, to go back where they came from?
Well, certainly this family that I met today, they told me that this is what happened to them. They were basically, they were looking for space for 3 days, walking around. And you see families walking in the middle of the night, searching for a space to stay and to put their heads down. And there are many families who are just sitting on the side of the road because I think they're so lost and they have no idea what they're going to do. They're just sitting there for hours and sometimes days. And many of them, of course, have no tents and have barely any belongings. And of course, the tents issue is extremely critical because for more than 5 months, no tents or no shelter materials were allowed. So this is a huge need, and especially for those families who are coming with nothing.
You're quoted as saying this: when Gaza burned and children starved and hospitals collapsed, did you act? When you said that, who are you aiming that message at? Well, mainly to the international community, to the member states with influence, to those who can enforce international law, who can make decisions that need to be made to stop this war. Because what needs to happen here is not a humanitarian solution. Yes, we can do so much as humanitarians, but what needs to happen is a ceasefire that is permanent. And of course, the release of hostages, everyone who is arbitrarily detained as well. And this must happen immediately because I really, at this point, I don't know how much more suffering people can take. Everyone is at their breaking point. I mean, the UN has been saying things, lots of things. The aid groups have been speaking up. Foreign governments have spoken up. There's been global condemnation of Israel, in particular with regards to its actions in Qatar, where it attacked Hamas representatives. I mean, who would you like to see doing what specifically?
Well, it's more basically it's putting words into action. So it is making decisions that will stop this war. And that is up to the member states with influence to decide which decisions these are, because it needs to be about putting pressure to basically lead to a sustainable solution that leads to actual sustainable, meaningful peace.
And when you heard, for example, the UN Commission inquiry, which concluded yesterday that Israel had committed genocide in Gaza, which, by the way, Israel said was scandalous and fake. I mean, I'm assuming you agree with that UN conclusion. I mean, what more can be done beyond drawing such conclusions? I mean, does that change anything, do you think?
Well, this is the thing. Of course, this is obviously this is an extremely serious issue, and of course, a legal definition of something is up to the international courts to decide and conclude. But what worries me is that, regardless of what the international courts decide, we might be too late by the time those decisions are made and those conclusions are made. And the same thing when famine was confirmed. In many ways, we were too late to save people because already so many died. So what needs to happen is we need to act. We need to actually start implementing decisions that will lead to an end of this war, that will lead to protection of civilians, that will lead to expanded access for us to be able to meet people's needs, deliver assistance, deliver services, and start on some kind of a path to sustainable peace.
We're coming to the end. I just want to ask you a couple of quick questions before we finish. I mean, how do you think history is going to judge this particular chapter?
I think it's honestly a stain on our collective consciousness. And I think that is how history will judge us, that in the time of technology, in the time of live streams and all these horrific, grisly images that constantly passed by on everyone's screen, still not enough action was done. And perhaps when it is finally done, it took so long that it cost an unimaginable number of lives that could have been saved. All of this is preventable and could have been stopped much earlier in the course.
And just lastly, I mean, let's talk about you, Olga. You're living right in the middle of the Gaza Strip, quite literally on the map, halfway down it. You've painted a picture in which, you know, world leaders are not doing what you want them to be doing. You're meeting people on the side of the road every day who are in a state of total despair, not knowing where to go, people living in famine-like conditions, the stench of death you've described for us across the Gaza Strip. How do you stay motivated amidst all of that despair, Olga?
Well, I think what keeps me motivated, I think it's having a good team, and it's actually the people that I speak to on a daily basis. It's the people that I meet, because even this family that I met today, this man without any shoes that kept walking, and he was just happy to have heard about a space for his family to go and sleep on the ground on. He had a huge smile, and he was so hospitable, and he was so willing to speak to me and just to tell me his story. I think that is what gives me the motivation to continue, because we have to be here. Because if we're not here, then I don't know what would happen to this place.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We really appreciate your work. Olga Sharevko, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Michal Prendergast, and coming up in today's show, I'll be joined by Mike Baker, the former CIA Covert Operations Officer and host of the President's Daily Brief podcast. We'll cover the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the Arab Summit in Qatar, and the war in Ukraine. Thanks so much for your time, Mike. It's a pleasure to have you on the show. Did you ever meet Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, I did. I didn't know him in the sense of, he wasn't a friend, or, we didn't spend a lot of time together, but we crossed paths in green rooms during television appearances, and he was at a couple of events where I was at. And so, how would I describe him? Well, he was just a dude. He had opinions. He was courageous about getting out there and debating people. He was unconcerned about talking to people who had opposing views, which I think was terrific. He obviously, there were a lot of people who disagreed with his views, but that's the nature. That's what supposedly is, an important part of the fabric of any nation, is your ability to have discourse and talk about opposing ideas and debate. And that's what he did, and he believed firmly in it. He was a very Christian type of individual. He obviously was very vocal about his faith. So look, nobody, regardless of where they are on the political spectrum, nobody should be shot for their opinions and their beliefs, their just the desire to talk to people. And so it's kind of a stunning end. And look, he got, he was receiving death threats. That wasn't something that was unusual for him, or frankly for anybody who's putting themselves out there with very strong views one way or the other. But it's sad and it's tragic. It shouldn't happen in what you would consider a normal world.
And after the shooting itself, he was seen to be bragging in a Discord server about the killing. This Discord server, it might have had 20 people in it. Are they legally liable in terms of influence, or maybe they didn't report anything?
Well, you know what? That's outside my pay grade in terms of they legally liable. You could argue that, they were all joking around. Look, after the fact, because he was actively sort of monitoring what the manhunt looked like, and including, talking to his little chat group on Discord. And so you could make a case that one or more of the sort of the gormless, idiots on the Discord chat group should have thought, because they were making jokes there on the chat group saying, well, it looks like you, man, hey, and then making jokes about, don't get caught, don't go to McDonald's, which is where Luigi Mangione was caught, who had shot the healthcare executive. So, yeah, I would argue that based on what we've seen so far, at least what's been made public about that group, that one or more of them should have had the common sense and the decency to at least contact the authorities and say, I don't know, but it seems to look a lot like this guy, Tyler Robinson.
Yourself as an American, the home of the free, the amount of celebration on the left of Charlie's death, this is just absolutely shocking, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a lot of people have been talking about that. It's just ghoulish, abnormal behavior, right? I mean, I get it. Fine, right? You got your opinions, and they don't, mesh with Charlie Kirk's opinions, and you felt like he was whatever. He's been called a lot of things by folks on the hard left, but to celebrate the death of somebody. And leave a widow and two kids now without a dad it's disgusting, right? And whether it's that side talking about Charlie Kirk or it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what the scenario would be. You shouldn't be doing it. It's one thing to get on and talk about the death of a terrorist or the death of a cartel leader or someone who's raining death upon people and for whatever reason, but, an innocent person who was shot just simply for debating and talking about his ideas and his opinions. I mean, come on, who does that? Clearly people who are stuck down a rabbit hole, right? I blame social media for a lot of kind of the dysfunction of society right now.
There's reports his father said his son, he was radicalized online. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you start slinging around terms like fascist or Nazi or, somebody is Hitler or they're as bad as Hitler or whatever, it desensitizes it, right? And it also gives people who are having issues, right, mental issues, or they feel disconnected from society, or they're wandering around lost and looking for something, it gives them almost justification because, again, look, you've had people talk about, as an example, President Trump, right? He's literally a threat to democracy. He's going to end democracy as we know it. I mean, the hysteria among some people, young and old, on the hard left or progressives or whatever you want to call it, is fascinating. They honestly believe it because they're stuck in this silo, this echo chamber where they're all listening to each other, thinking that, God damn it, that's right. We're going to lose our democracy, right? And so therefore, if that's the case, and look, even President Biden was talking about him in that way, right? I mean, the MAGA supporters and President Trump, they're an existential threat to democracy. Well, you can't do all of that. You can't have all that talk without some point. You're going to get somebody who's got some issues, who doesn't process information properly, right? Who doesn't realize, okay, they're just talking, it's all hyperbole, and yeah, they're all clutching their pearls and they're falling on their fainting couch, but at least you can process it. But there are people out there who don't process things like that normally. And those are the ones that you have to worry about, who may, like this alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson, who may go ahead and act on it.
And Kash Patel, he's come out and said, or the director of the FBI, he said the DNA from the towel, which was wrapped around the rifle, it matches the DNA of Tyler Robinson. For lack of a better term, I suppose, this is the smoking gun?
Yeah. Look, I think that there's a lot of evidence here. There's a significant amount of evidence, right? They've got DNA from a screwdriver that he had up on the rooftop. They've got a palm print, they've got a footprint, they've got DNA from the weapon, they've got video footage, surveillance footage, and some of it which hasn't been released to the public because it's part of the investigation that they're holding on to because now they're building their prosecution. So I don't know that there is a world that exists where Tyler Robinson isn't convicted, and he's being prosecuted. He's being tried in Utah, and they've got two options there. If that's the case, if he is convicted, it's life without parole or it's a death penalty.
From your vast experience in law enforcement circles, including the CIA, I've heard you say many times on your podcast, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. How relevant is that here?
Well, it's relevant in the sense that they don't want to get this case wrong, right? And again, with the amount of evidence that they've got, most people would look at it and go, well, of course he's going to be convicted. But right now they are being very methodical about this because, this is very high profile and it's emotionally charged and they can't get it wrong. So when you talk about something like motive, what was his motive? Well, it's one thing to say, oh, well, he must have, disagreed with Charlie Kirk's point of view. Well, okay, now that's a pretty strong theory based on the fact that he shot him allegedly, but you have to prove it. So that accounts for all the forensic work that goes into scrubbing every bit of his social media profile, everything that he's ever done online, any association that he's ever had with any organization or group or conversations he's had. It doesn't matter. They've got to build all of this and put together a case because with something like this, again, the entire nation is watching, right? And both sides of the political spectrum are emotional about this.
And of course, on the internet, we've got a plethora of conspiracy theories. They're all flying around. Israel, Nick Fuentes, and the Groypers, as it were. Are any of these plausible in your mind?
No. Look, I love the world of the conspiracy theorist, right? And you're absolutely right. They were flying around in the immediate aftermath of Charlie Kirk being shot. I mean, he had barely hit the floor of the stage where he was presenting that event before suddenly people were talking and with some certainty. They were very certain about their theories. One that came out was it's a professional hit. That's what this is. Look at that. How could that happen? It's a professional hit. And you're thinking, what are you talking about? And no, frankly, I mean, I've been around a long time at this point, and I've seen a lot of things, and life is usually a lot more straightforward than most conspiracy theorists would like to believe, right? So I don't tend to disappear down those rabbit holes, but I'm always fascinated by how many things come out of this. And look, I mean, one side, the right was very quick to say before the shooter was caught, okay, I'll bet it's a leftist. Obviously, disagrees with Charlie. That's what he does. And the left was equally quick to say, oh no, as soon as Tyler Robinson was named as a suspect, and everybody, jumped to their laptops to find out anything about him. The left was very quick to say, look, he's from Utah. He's from a conservative family. Aha. See, it's not what the right thought it was. Well, as it turns out, if you let the investigation run its course and you let them do what they're supposed to do, which is gather evidence and create a profile of the shooter rather than just speculate on either side, then you'll have a pretty clear picture, right? It doesn't always happen as quickly as people would like because we're all conditioned to want everything immediately. But I'm always fascinated by the conspiracy theories that come out immediately and with the degree of unwarranted confidence that people have in their theories.
Moving on to the Arab summit now in Qatar. How significant is a strike on a U.S. ally like Qatar in intel terms?
Look, it's interesting, right? I mean, there's so many interesting things about this decision by the Israelis to hit the Hamas leadership in Doha. They've known, obviously, because the Qataris have hosted the Hamas leadership, the political element of it, and finance and others, for quite some time. So it was a decision made, obviously, something triggered it. It may well have been that latest attack in Jerusalem, where Hamas targeted and killed half a dozen civilians there at a bus stop. That may have been the point where they said enough's enough from the IDF's perspective, and they went and targeted the leadership. It's interesting also because, look, Qatar is playing an interesting role. They're hosting Hamas. They're providing them with a home base and security and some support. They're also housing, America's largest air base in the region there in Qatar. They've also been acting as a mediator. So, they're on all sides of that equation. And, what I don't know, it would be speculation, is to what degree the Israelis advised the U.S. government ahead of time. I suspect if they did, in fact, give them some level of detail, that it was shortly before, because they probably knew they would get a lot of pushback. So it probably wasn't something that they advised of well ahead of time. But it's a fascinating thing. I don't think it's going to necessarily change much in the way of the dynamics of the relationships out there, because Israel, I don't think, really cares anymore what the international community thinks.
Is it just simply that Israel, they want to send a message, anyone, anywhere, they can be targeted?
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of it. I think it was the defense minister, perhaps, or maybe it was Netanyahu himself who made comments to that effect after the strike. Now, it's also interesting, just from an operational perspective, how they did it. Right? They sent several jets into Qatari airspace, or I think they might have been just outside the airspace when they fired their missiles, and that's an interesting decision, right? Because they probably had other means of targeting those individuals, much like they did when they, carried out the attack in Iran at the secure compound there. So it was an interesting choice of a method, I guess is what I'm saying. But I don't know. Sure that the Qataris are up in arms and they're all very upset about it, and Washington is somewhat angry about the fact that they feel like they were blindsided, but ultimately, I think everybody's just moving on at this point.
And in terms of intel, we've seen a lot of reports online that the Hamas leaders, they left their phones outside of the room. The room that they left their phones in was targeted by the missile. As a former agent yourself, the invention of the smartphone is kind of a dream come true for those into intel.
Well, sure. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right? I mean, it can be a benefit to people looking to, whether it's commit a crime or whatever. I mean, it makes communications easier, but it also makes more communication. So anytime you've got that going on, then you've got more opportunity for intercept, right? So, they can leave their phones outside the room, but as an example, if their security detail is still carrying their phones as they're moving around and providing that protection for those Hamas leaders, then you've still got a weak link and a potential point of attack and targeting. So, yeah, it's fascinating. A lot of technology, does that nowadays in terms of just espionage or operational purposes. There's an upside, there's a downside, So, but it's a very interesting thing. I'm old enough to remember before, carrying out operations when we didn't have cell phones, and we didn't have GPS, for example, either. I mean, you're using a compass and a map to try to figure out where the hell you are. So, it has come a long ways. But, yeah, I think, if anything, Hamas, Hezbollah in particular, Hezbollah learned from that pager incident, that operation. They've all learned that if they don't have their communication discipline buttoned up, there's a problem.
Just moving on to the war in Ukraine, I'd like to get your opinion on Operation Eastern Sentry, the permanent stationing of troops in Poland to counter the threat of Russian drones.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? And the one thing that Putin, has always been, getting his knickers in a twist over and being very upset about over the years has been the idea of NATO expansion. Look, before he did the invasion, his mindset was that NATO was sort of a creaking, almost antiquated, weakened institution. So he felt that NATO was not capable of engaging in any significant pushback. And what he's done is the one thing that he didn't want to have happen, which is strengthening and expansion of NATO. So look, Putin has no one else to blame but himself, right? And so he's the architect of this entire mess, right? I'm not one of those people that somehow thinks, well, he was justified in the sense that he just didn't want NATO on his doorstep. Yeah, right. Really, piss off. Nobody was going to invade Russia, right? Come on. So, but he turned that around and tried to use it as his reasoning, right, for this. And some people bought into it, and most people haven't. But I think the operation for NATO is just another indication that despite what Putin was thinking or what he was hoping for, that alliance is much stronger, much more robust than it was 3 years ago.
And there's a lot of talk as well at the moment of a no-fly zone or even at shooting down at Russian drones over Poland. What's your take on that?
Yeah, look, Russia, they would try. Dmitry Medvedev, who, nobody likes to saber rattle more than Medvedev, and some of the others there in the Kremlin, they'll fall on the fainting couch and try to act like, they're the aggrieved party. But if they, as with Poland, if they, fly 20 drones into Polish airspace, then yeah, they're going to shoot them down. Now they're talking about possibly doing that in Ukraine. That's a different, it's that one's layered, right? Because now you've got NATO engaged with the Ukrainian military to shoot down Russian drones, right? Russia's still not the aggrieved party. Russia's still the invading force. So part of this is, a little bit of performative art, but, that's where they probably have gotten a little testier with the idea that somehow NATO is going to come in and start shooting down Russian drones inside of Ukraine.
We're 3 years into this brutal war. Do you see an end in sight soon?
No, that's the short answer. Not very satisfying, but look, Putin, nobody really knows what's in his head, right? So that's all that really matters right now. Doesn't matter what President Trump wants, doesn't matter what President Zelensky wants or what NATO wants or what the EU wants. It comes down to what Putin wants, and there's not a lot of people who understand what his thinking is day to day. I don't think he sees an upside to stopping just yet. They are making some headway. They've been massing some additional troops. China has continued to provide support, and that has been very important in keeping the war machine going. He's still got Iran and North Korea providing hardware and assistance, and not to mention purchasing oil. And I mean, China's the number one consumer of Russian oil, but so I don't think he sees a reason to stop just yet. And he hasn't changed his demands over time. It's not like he softened his demand at any point and said, okay, maybe I don't need all of Donetsk or, Luhansk, or maybe I don't need to hold on to Crimea. He's never given Crimea up, by the way. So I don't think we're going to see an off-ramp here anytime in the near future, despite, the fact that, he's got a lot of issues, right? His economy is in rough shape. It's on a wartime footing now. And if the sanctions are increased, and there are secondary sanctions put on China for their purchase of Russian oil, and if the Ukrainians continue to hit at Russian energy infrastructure inside Russia, they've degraded that what they're capable of by some 17 to 20%, depending on who you talk to, in terms of Russian energy infrastructure. So, there's reasons why you would think a logical individual would consider some reasonable negotiating position, but he hasn't offered that up yet.
Staying on the topics of sanctions, Russia has in many ways, maneuvered around all of the sanctions on them. They're simply selling their oil over to China and to India.
Right. Well, I mean, the most effective thing you could do, you know, I'm not saying that it's easy, but is to try to turn that tap off, right, so that he doesn't get revenue from his energy industry, because without that he's kind of cooked, and that's the one thing that he can't afford. But you're right; they haven't been particularly effective because they've had loopholes in there large enough to drive, you know, trucks through. You know, you can't say you can't purchase Russian oil and then in the same sentence say, well, you can if it's refined elsewhere. Right, which is what's happening. Look, even the U.S. has been buying Russian oil that's been refined in other parts of the world, whether it's India or anywhere else. That's not very helpful, right? And the EU, right? The EU is having a hard time weaning themselves off of Russian oil. So if they were able to enforce that part of it, right, and I think that the EU has come up with like its 19th sanctions package, right, and part of it is they're targeting the shadow fleet and some other steps. But if they were able to do that, and if the EU was somehow able to stop its use of Russian oil, and if they could stop China from, you know, purchasing Russian oil, then you've got a chance. But, you know, as you pointed out, it's a lot easier said than done.
Moving on to TikTok now, and who isn't a fan of cat videos? There's a huge story that Trump is attempting to bring the control of TikTok under US operational control. What's the significance of this?
Well, look, it's people, you know, I think have been perplexed at part because it hasn't been explained well in terms of, well, why do we even care? What, you know, why would we, you know, what's wrong with TikTok? I mean, the first thing people should know about TikTok is that China won't allow TikTok inside China. Right, they know it's a corrupting in a sense, right? It's a from their perspective, it's one other tool to help kind of corrode the Western mindset, right? I mean, so that's how they view it. They know it's, you know, people are, from the Chinese Communist Party's perspective, TikTok is helping to degrade the West. I'm not being very eloquent there, but hopefully you get my point. So it's a national security issue from the U.S. perspective because ByteDance, right, is subject to, you know, the Chinese Communist Party. Every Chinese company is, right? And it's one thing to say, oh, no, we have firewalls put up there. But if the CCP says, we want all the data, right, that you've got, and by the way, here's how we're going to manipulate the algorithms on this. And by the way, we're also using it to, you know, spread misinformation, to highlight other things that we want to highlight, to influence the sort of the U.S. mindset, then look, I know people roll their eyes when they hear that, but that's how things work nowadays, right? That's why Russia, you know, China, Iran, North Korea, they're all engaged in a variety of disinformation campaigns. It's just, you know, people can roll their eyes all they want, but that's how it works. It's like the old covert action campaigns, only it's much more effective now because everybody's walking around with a smartphone. So I think from the U.S. perspective, you know, they're trying to find some way to keep the app going, but at the same time, you know, provide some top cover that says, look, we've done our best to try to avoid having the CCP control or manipulate TikTok, while millions of impressionable youth in particular are staring at it. Not that elderly people aren't also subject to it. Who doesn't love a cat video, like you said?
Certainly me, Mike. I can't say no, as my algorithm, it will prove. You stated that it's different in China. How is it different to the TikTok that we have in the West?
Well, they don't. I mean, you can't get TikTok in China. So it's not, you know, they've got, I forget, the top of my head, I forget what the name of the app is that is allowed there, run by susceptible to or governed by the Chinese Communist Party. I'll try to remember while we're chatting, but they just, you know, they don't allow it. It's not there. So look, again, are they able to, if they wanted to tell ByteDance what to do? Yes. right? We've seen plenty of examples over the years. CCP has control over any Chinese company. That's just the reality of how that regime works. So you have to assume if that's the case, does that mean that they could have access to all the information, all the data on everybody who's using TikTok? Well, yeah, of course. Now, is that horrific? No, because most people have already signed away all their privacy to Amazon and Google and wherever else they land.
And just there, Mike, as well, it was also banned on US politicians' phones, I believe. This happened a couple of years ago. That's right.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. I don't know why a U.S. politician would have TikTok on their phone, but look, it turned out that it was heavily used during campaigns, right? And frankly, I think the Trump campaign found it to be a very useful tool for reaching out there to, particularly again to potential youth voters. So everybody's using it, and I think that's in part why there's been this effort to try to salvage it in some fashion. I know that President Trump has taken some heat from Capitol Hill, from Congress, because he's pushed out the deadline for it, a couple of times. And so, the White House has argued that, well, the reason we're doing that is because we're, trying to find a workable solution. And maybe there's a buyer out there. People are talking now about Larry Ellison as kind of leading the most likely investor group that would buy TikTok and create a U.S. version of it, a U.S. app that would be separate, or supposedly would possibly separate or firewalled off from ByteDance. Whether that happens or not, I don't know. I mean, look, the world is facing bigger issues right now. The Chinese Communist Party is incredibly aggressive in the theft of intellectual property and the theft of research and development, economic intelligence. There's not a day that doesn't go by when the FBI and the U.S. isn't opening up another counterintelligence investigation involving China in some fashion. So, is TikTok the biggest issue we've got with China? No. It's interesting that, folks are focusing on it, but I think it's because in part it's so visible, right? It's, everybody's staring at it. I mean, I spend hours practicing my TikTok dance moves.
Look forward to seeing those soon, Mike.
So they're pretty good. They're pretty good.
It's going to come up in conversation even between Trump and Xi. They're going to speak about TikTok.
Yeah. What if they had a viral clip of the two of them talking about TikTok on TikTok? Now there you go.
And doing TikTok dances.
Doing TikTok. Oh my God, I would love to see Xi and Trump do a TikTok. They could do the Trump dance, right? I can't do it. I'm not going to do it. Look, this again. Is anything? What's going to come of this Xi summit? With Trump, who knows? They're still trying to battle out the China trade negotiations, which is one reason why the White House hasn't slapped secondary tariffs on China for their purchase of Russian oil. Right? They put a 25% tariff on India, which is the number 2 consumer of Russian oil. But they, even though they've threatened it, they haven't done it with China because, well, they don't want to, they don't want to risk screwing up the trade negotiation talks, which is the same reason why. And then President Trump has come out and said, well, look, I'd put more sanctions on Russia, but first things first, the EU, needs to step up and put sanctions on China for purchasing oil. So it's an interesting dynamic. And probably means that, frankly, nothing's going to happen in that regard.
President Trump is going to visit the UK today for a royal visit. I'm sure that security is going to be at the top of the list of priorities.
Right. Look, I mean, after 2 attempted assassinations on President Trump, I don't know that the Secret Service can do any more than they're doing. They're about as tightly wound now as they've ever been. So, and now, of course, it's highlighted again by another, assassination. We got Charlie Kirk there, as you pointed out. But I think it was clear after those first 2 attempts on President Trump that, they heavied up the security, from the Secret Service even more than they had in the past. They've shored up some problems they had. They've kind of streamlined some of the communication they've had with this is in the U.S. when they're moving around the U.S. with local and state authorities. So their liaison with the Met in the UK in London and 5 and 6 is very good. Look, we've had great liaison relationships with the British services, and so that'll be fine. It's fascinating that he's getting this state visit in. Keir Starmer's got some issues, right? He just sacked Peter Mandelson, who was the UK ambassador to the US. Why Mandelson was even put in that position, who knows?
And for those who aren't aware, he had links. He even stayed in Jeffrey Epstein's house after he was convicted as a paedophile. Yeah, no, and he was supportive of him, saying, "Oh, you've been wrongly accused, and oh, it's terrible what's happened to you, and you're my best pal." And and you guys, look, there was clearly very little vetting of that situation that went on before they gave him that ambassador slot there in Washington D.C. But even before that, Mandelson had all sorts of issues. It's that's why it was called the Prince of Darkness. So maybe that was a mistake. But Keir Starmer's taking heat for that. He's got some other issues he's trying to deal with. So maybe the state visit, in a sense, is a way to try to distract from some of his internal political concerns. And as well as free speech in the UK, you had the Irish comedian Graham Linehan. He was arrested for tweets. Yeah, it's pathetic. Look, that question of, and again, you can argue people in the States, and you've already pointed this out, have been fired for their ghoulish statements about the killing of Charlie Kirk. Okay, now it's one thing for a workplace to say, "Oh, well, look, that's not how we represent our company," and maybe you're a doctor, a nurse, whoever you are. No, sorry, that's a workplace decision, right? An employer decision. When you start talking about arresting, could you imagine? That would be, if someone who makes a ghoulish comment about the killing of Charlie Kirk, suddenly there's a knock on the door and it's the police and they arrest that individual. That's what Graham went through, as you pointed out, for his tweets. It's bizarre. We're just out of time, Mike. I'm going to have to end it there. Thank you so much for your insights.
Oh, no, of course. Thank you, man.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
coalition of the willing or a party of war? Close to 30 countries have committed to security guarantees for Ukraine, but Russia argues their intervention is prolonging the conflict. Meanwhile, another US deadline for talks has come and gone. Has President Trump's diplomatic offensive failed? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Europe and its Western allies are putting on a united front. Meeting in Paris, leaders from the Coalition of the Willing say they're now the Coalition of the Ready, having agreed to security guarantees for Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire. But is Europe's readiness helping or hindering progress towards a peace deal?
The European War Party will not calm down. This is in stark contrast to the approach President Putin adheres to, and US President Trump as well, whose efforts to bring the process to a peaceful course are difficult to overestimate, and we are grateful for them. The Europeans are hindering these efforts.
The Russian president put on a defiant display as he returned to the world stage this week, telling Ukraine's Zelensky if he wants to talk, he should come to Moscow. That doesn't sound like a man who's particularly worried about comments like this from the US.
I have no message to President Putin. He knows where I stand, and he'll make a decision one way or the other. Whatever his decision is, we'll either be happy about it or unhappy. And if we're unhappy about it, you'll see things happen.
But as yet, President Trump's threats have been all carrot and no stick. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, is Europe responsible for prolonging the war? Is Russia's Vladimir Putin playing for time with no intention of making a deal? And has President Trump's charm offensive failed? Joining us to discuss the Ukraine war deadlock is Lesia Vasilenko, a Ukrainian MP for the Hollis Party. Tobias Elwood is joining us, a former British Conservative MP and former chair of the UK Parliament's Defence Select Committee. And rounding out our panel, Jackson Hinkle, a political commentator and host of the Legitimate Targets podcast. Welcome to Counterpoints, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. We've heard a lot of tough talk out of Paris on Thursday as the so-called Coalition of the Willing met to knuckle out plans for security guarantees for Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire. But Russia views those talks by their very nature as provocative and creating more hurdles to peace. Lesia, is European intervention prolonging the war?
Definitely not. Europe standing together, it's finally the correct long-term strategic guarantee of peace that Ukraine and actually all European nations were looking for such a long time. And it's a good sign that there is a readiness for peacekeeping missions to be not just theoretical, but to be in the form of boots on the ground in Ukraine, with all 26 European nations behind this idea and ready to contribute their men and women who will presumably be on the ground, standing with the Ukrainian soldiers side by side, ensuring that the peace is really guaranteed and that there is no chance of Russia breaching that peace. When it comes to Russia and its claims about the fact that one nation's security cannot create burdens or risks or challenges to Russia's peace and security, it's a very strange concept, because when Russia launches long-range missiles and drones from North Korea, from Iran to Ukraine on a nightly basis, this is suddenly not considered as a security threat to Ukraine.
Jackson, what's your take on that, especially this idea that there could be boots on the ground, that the US is going to be involved in these security guarantees? Is all this intervention just prolonging the war?
Well, I think that what the other panelists just said was absolutely insane. I mean, this panelist is a member of parliament in Ukraine, and you'd think that they would care about Ukrainian lives. 15,000 civilians in Ukraine died in the Donbass before the special military operation was launched. But this member of parliament never addressed that once on her Twitter. She never posted once about it. Now she's posting all these lies saying that Russia's slaughtering civilians left and right. Meanwhile, she's taking fake images from book covers from 2013 and trying to pass it off as Ukrainian children. The truth is, the only path to peace here is a complete, total, and utter end to the war. No temporary ceasefire is going to work. And honestly, as for peacekeepers, I think it would be interesting. Donald Trump proposed the idea and backed the idea of having Chinese peacekeepers. I think that could be an interesting proposal. But having an entire NATO coalition of troops enter Ukraine, when President Putin's one aim for this, one of two aims, was the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine to make sure Ukraine would never be in NATO. I mean, it's absurd, it's laughable, and it's never going to happen.
I'm going to bring you in just a moment, Tobias, but Lesia, I'll give you a chance to respond to those comments.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, it was never about any special operations. It was Russia's aggression against Ukraine from day one. And day one being February 2014, when Russia launched its military operation, aggressive military operation, to annex Crimea and occupy the Ukrainian territories of Donetsk and Lugansk, the so-called Donbass regions. The people of Ukraine who are still living in those regions are Ukrainians who want to speak Ukrainian language, who want to learn Ukrainian history, and who want to live by the Ukrainian culture and tradition, not an imposed Russian culture and tradition, which is being done by Russia in its aspirations to recreate the Russian Empire. And all that Ukrainian people want is to be left alone and have the right to live in an independent Ukraine. And basically, this is what it's about. There's one victim here, Ukraine, that is defending itself, and there's one aggressor here, Russia, that is attacking the very principles of democracy and the right of sovereign nations to self-define and to have the right to territorial integrity. That's as simple as that.
Tobias, if Europe is serious about peace, why aren't they engaging with Russia directly and more consistently to work on a peace deal rather than holding meetings about forming new military groups to provide boots on the ground in Ukraine against Russia?
Well, good evening. Let me first say I hope we can keep this conversation professional and focus on the issues at hand rather than taking personal swipes. I'm not sure that achieves anything. You asked the important question as to whether or not a deal could be struck with Russia. And that's what concerns capital cities across Europe as to what Russia might do if a deal was struck, whether or not we'd simply have a pause and we'd see a regrouping, a rearming, and Russia doing something else further in Europe. And that is the dilemma of appeasing the bully. And it's better if Europe and America are in lockstep, always, when it comes to these things. Unfortunately, Donald Trump has wanted to do exactly what I've just described, which is to bring Russia in from the cold, to trust Moscow, to strike a deal with Putin. And so European capitals went along with that, with the Alaska summit and the discussions afterwards. What happened after is the continued bombing, devastating attacks on the capital city in Ukraine, underlining what Russia's intentions are. But wider than that, if I can just share a bigger analysis, which shows just how Ukraine is one cog of a bigger geopolitical jigsaw. Where have we seen Putin this week? Rubbing shoulders with China. And President Xi openly promoting a non-Western vision as to where our global order should go. That places into context what Russia is doing and why there is now a coalition of the willing developing, despite what America is thinking, because we know that if we don't stand up and support a democracy in Eastern Europe where this might unfold. And the challenge that we have in Europe now is persuading America, persuading Donald Trump that it should be vested in the very global order that it helped craft in the first place after the Second World War. The longer the Western order crumbles, the stronger the Chinese model starts to advance. And as I stress, Russia is in lockstep now with China. That is the bigger picture that we must now face.
Jackson, what do you think? Has Russia, in effect, brought this on itself? The fact that President Putin hasn't followed through with these peace talk suggestions, that there's only discussion of a multinational troop because Russia's not giving Europe any other option?
Well, I think President Putin should only engage in serious peace talks. And what the NATO counterparts are offering is nothing serious. I mean, even the panelists right beside me, they believe that Russia should be kicked out of the United Nations. Of course, they think that Israel should be allowed to be in the United Nations. They've slaughtered 300,000 civilians in Gaza.
Sorry to cut across you.
But the truth is,
wait,
I didn't interrupt you.
Who said
something about me? I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, Jackson, if you could just make reference to that. Which of your panelists are you accusing of asking Russia to be kicked out of the UN?
The member of parliament has said that.
Making it up. No.
Ask the member of parliament, do you believe Russia should be kicked out of the UN?
Lesia?
Is that a question to me, whether I believe that Russia should be kicked out of the UN? Well, Russia has no standing to be in the UN. If you look at the legalistic issue of it, Russia has never presented its credentials to be in the UN in the first place. But it's an entirely different discussion, and one which cannot be just lightly brushed over in this conversation. It merits its own hour of debate and discussion with legal professionals who are experts in the UN, rather than just talking over political issues.
Mm-hmm. Okay, indeed. All right, we will leave that discussion for another day. Jackson, if you could respond to the question.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true, because you put out an 8-word tweet saying Russia should be kicked out of the United Nations, but I'll leave that to the side for now. The truth is that we're not living in more professional. We're not living in a world with serious conversations being had whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Again, this member of parliament, she said that Putin should be brought to Ukraine or to the United States, and he should be held accountable for his crimes. That's one of her demands for ending this conflict. It's insane. I mean, Putin is not the one.
Why is it insane? He's an international criminal. There's an ICC arrest warrant issued against him.
And you're the one whose father was an ambassador to the United Kingdom. You got a cushy job in Parliament, and you sent a million Ukrainians.
Raise the bar, sir.
Okay, we'll avoid the personal discussions and go back to the topic.
This is pathetic.
What's pathetic is that she sent 1 million men to their death in a suicide mission.
No, you're
They're rounding men off the streets in Ukraine right now. They act like they care about Ukrainian lives, but they're killing them each and every day instead of settling a peace deal.
Okay, we're going to move on to focusing on Russia specifically here, because I don't necessarily think that Lesia is responsible for sending all those troops to their death, as you say, Jackson. But let's return our focus to the topic at hand. We've focused on what Europe wants, but one of the other big questions is, what does Russia want? Russia's President Vladimir Putin has so far found every reason not to meet with President Zelensky to negotiate a peace deal. When President Trump took office, he stunned many European and Ukrainian officials when he suggested Ukraine would have to make territorial concessions. But will that be enough to end the war? Lesia, what do you make of this? Do you think Russia is serious about wanting peace? And if Ukraine does make these concessions, do you think that will be enough to get Russia back to the table?
Appeasing the aggressor has never worked, and history has many examples of this. It just simply does not work. It just raises the bar, it raises the appetites of any aggressor to go out and do more. And we were on the topic of China here. In fact, it's not just Western countries that are watching what's happening in Ukraine, but it's actually Southeast Asian countries who are very, very careful observers about what will the consequences be for Russia and for Vladimir Putin in particular. And if there are no consequences, there is great, great risk that other countries, China, for example, will also grow in their appetites for territorial claims in the respective regions. And this will set the world off into a whole domino effect of wars and conflicts in various parts of the world. And we will definitely not be enjoying a lasting peace which allows all of our nations to develop in the way that we would expect the development to be happening in the 21st century. So what happens in Ukraine, and most importantly, what are the consequences for Russia and the Russian political establishment, starting with Vladimir Putin and all the other cronies who surround him and are responsible for the war crimes that are being committed time and time again on a daily, on an hourly basis in Ukraine, on the territory of Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people since 2014. It's a very important issue and a very important question, which will lay the foundations for either a long-lasting peace in the world or a long-lasting war with various conflicts erupting all across our planet, all around our planet. And that's the position of Ukraine. When we claim that we want a restored territorial integrity, it's not just a whim of the Ukrainian people. It's a country fighting for the international law to be respected by its neighbors and by also all the other countries, and also making sure that the world order as we know it today, where there is sovereignty of states, territorial integrity, respect for human rights, where all these concepts actually mean something on paper. And if we want for these concepts to actually mean something and for people all around the world to be enjoying global peace, prosperity, development, rather than a struggle against wars and dictators, then we as an international community must make sure that there is no concessions to dictators such as Vladimir Putin, and that the very basic concepts of international law are respected and kept intact. And this is something that must be done not just by one country alone that is defending itself, that's Ukraine at the moment, but by the international community as a whole that should be interested in the maintenance of the world order and of the international law and the rules that have kept us alive and kept us in a way coexisting as peaceful nations.
Okay, Tobias, what do you make of it? The idea or the allegation, perhaps I should say, that President Putin is just biding time to achieve more favourable conditions on the ground, to give him a better hand at the negotiating table. Do you think that's a legitimate concern, or is it that Ukraine is just not putting a good enough deal on the table to be negotiated?
Well, what is the deal that's being discussed? It's handing over a fifth of Ukraine to the aggressor. And this is the biggest concern, is does it end there? Do we then sign a deal and we all go home and hope that peace will then prevail? Now, history suggests, as Lisa's already been saying, that actually it doesn't work out that way. That when you hand conditions to the bully then wants more. And this is a 1938 feel to the world, and particularly Europe now. And it's concerning that America, and indeed our podcaster here, believes that somehow a deal could be struck and then Russia could be trusted. Russia has got North Korean troops working with it attacking Ukraine. It's sitting next to China. There's a bigger geopolitical challenge that we face of our world splintering, which America hasn't woken up to. And that's the bigger picture that we need to face. So this coalition of the willing, a serious effort in Paris that's emerged today to say, actually, we're making a judgment call here. We do not trust Russia to stay firm with a deal. We do need to support with Ukraine. Otherwise, it won't end there. Russia will continue advancing its influence in a sort of Stalinist approach across Eastern Europe. Now, perhaps people are wrong there, but is that a risk that you wish to take? I'm afraid the West, and NATO particularly, has been too risk averse. We're only now talking about a potential no-fly zone, an air support. That should have come in ages ago. Putin has been attacking on a daily basis Ukraine, far away from the actual battlefield itself, but the capital city and other cities as well. That is the war crime that we're speaking about. That's why the ICC has a warrant out for Putin. Now, to stand up to that, you need a suitable force. NATO is the biggest, most formidable, potent military alliance the world has ever seen, and it's sitting on its hands. We need to support Europe, stand with Ukraine, and stand up to Russia.
Jackson, you're in Moscow. Do you think that Russia seriously wants to end the war with Ukraine and the coalition of the willing if they were to provide concrete security guarantees and Ukraine was to make territorial concessions? Do you think that President Putin is serious about it?
Well, yes. I mean, it's the only option. Let's come back to reality, folks. We got people talking about, heaven forbid, we're going to have to give up a fifth of the country to Russia. That's already happened. I mean, it's already Russian. I've been there. It's beautiful. They're using rubles. The people are speaking Russian freely. They feel safe. Their homes are being rebuilt. Their businesses are being rebuilt after what the Ukrainians did. Well, they're terrorizing. And actually, I saw some of it when I was there. They were bombing apartment buildings while I was there. Ukraine was. The truth is that while these Europeans, they try to act like Putin is the new Hitler or something like that, and he's going to storm into, I don't know, France or something next. It's all ludicrous. It's all lies. It's the same lies we heard in Iraq, same lies we heard about COVID, same lies we heard about Gaza. It's the same thing over and over and over. All these globalists, same exact lies over and over. And the last thing I'll say about this is that Zelensky himself, he should be the biggest Putin supporter on the face of the earth. He should be praying to God each and every day, thanking President Putin for not dropping an Oryzhnik on his head 1 year ago, because he could have done that and he hasn't done that. But it just goes to show Putin is not the guy that, you know, these co-hosts on this panel make him out to be.
What do you think, Tobias? Is it the only option that Ukraine needs to relinquish a fifth of its territory because it's already lost it already?
So I didn't realize that Jackson is actually in Moscow. And that, I think, explains a lot of what we're hearing today. I don't know what payroll you're under. But ultimately, to cede 1/5 of the country just because it speaks Russian
I
shows
can't
a sense of ignorance as to what Ukraine is.
Say that. Russian, I mean, that's come on.
Well, if you're done, if you've been to eastern Ukraine, you'll know that actually they've been speaking Russian for an awful long time. That's not a justification for Russia to then invade a country in the way that it's done, and then to claim that it's all okay that 1/5, in the same way that they had no right to invade Georgia in the same way. Are you going to tell me Abkhazia and South Ossetia are now doing really, really well? They're not. And likewise, where does the bully stop? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. And you've not really answered that as to whether there will be longer term intentions as to where Russia will take this, knowing that it's got top cover from China and indeed North Korea as well. That is the bigger question. That's why comparisons are made, I'm afraid, with 1938 again. And we become too risk averse in standing up to the bully. For you to suggest somehow that, I don't know what language you were using, but somehow some large bomb could be dropped on Zelensky. And are we grateful that Putin didn't do this? Are you really advocating that sort of action on the battlefield?
Jackson?
Am I advocating that Zelensky's hit with an Oryzhnik?
Yes.
Is that a question to me? Well, I'm not the president of Russia, but clearly, President Putin has a cooler head than I do. But, you said something a moment ago.
The fact that you hesitate, sir, the fact that you hesitate and you can't answer that as a straight question, that you think it's okay
I'll answer it with a straight question.
Elected leader of another country is crazy.
I'll answer it with a straight question, 100%. The truth about it is that whatever happens to Zelensky, he's going to meet his creator one day and he's going to go to hell. If it was up to me, of course, I think I'd probably drop the Oryzhnik, but I don't know. There's a lot of considerations to be made there. But, you know, I'm not the president of any country. I'm not a politician. I'm not the one on this panel who's sending 1 million men to their death in Ukraine. But a few moments ago, you said something. You said that, what payroll am I on? What payroll are you on? You worked for the British Defense Ministry or something, or you were on the Defense Council? So you're literally a talking parrot of the British Ministry of Defense, and you're going to come out here and attack an independent journalist? I mean, you understand how hypocritical and insane you look?
Okay, I'll give you a chance to respond to that, and then I'm going to bring us back onto the topic at hand. Tobias, you respond, and then I'm going to hand it over to Lecia.
Well, again, I repeat, we should keep this bar high. You know, I'm attacking what you believe in and what you say. You've just advocated dropping a bomb on a leader of a free state, a democratically elected leader.
He's not the leader.
Now, that speaks volumes about your thinking. Well, again, the fact that you're even challenging whether he's the leader or not, again, speaks volumes about where we are. But it's a distraction.
Why can't he have an election?
Of what we're trying to talk about here, which is where this goes next. And whether or not a deal
why can't Zelensky hold an election? Everyone in the U.S., President Trump wants him to hold an election. Abraham Lincoln held an election during the Civil War. Why can't Zelensky just hold an election?
Okay, well, let's get Lecia to respond to that. Lecia, what do you make of that?
Sorry, there's an answer to that.
Go ahead, Tobias.
And I'll let Lecia expand. But it's to do with the Ukrainian constitution. So if you read the Ukrainian constitution, you're not allowed to have an election in the midst of a war. Now, if the constitution was changed, then absolutely. But this talk, and I heard it from J.D. Vance as well, hold elections, hold elections. It's ignorant. It doesn't understand what's going on the ground. Many Ukrainians are actually abroad at the moment. It'll be difficult for them. And you're in a situation of war. That's not when you hold elections. And it's a distraction. A complete distraction from the fact that Russia has invaded Ukraine. What are we going to do about it?
Okay, Lecia, expand on that. To Jackson's point about why there aren't elections to take the question away regarding Zelensky's legitimacy. And then I also want you to respond to this. If Russia does agree to a ceasefire or a peace deal, if Ukraine does make territorial concessions, is there any trust left that you think Russia is a reliable partner at the negotiating table?
Right, there's no trust towards Russia whatsoever. So let's take that question off the table. Russia has breached its trust so many times in the past in our bilateral relations. This happened in 2014. This later happened in 2022. Coming back to the discussion that we are having here, I'm actually very disturbed that we're not talking about the topics at hand, the burning topics that the viewers want to hear about, what's happening on the ground, what will happen to a state that is clearly an aggressor state, what are the consequences of this aggression, and that we are turning time and time again to hear some personal attacks from one of the co-panelists of the other two co-panelists. And actually, I agree here with Tobias. The fact that our third co-panelist is in Moscow right now and is visiting illegally occupied territories of Ukraine speaks volumes for who we are dealing with. And I'm also extremely upset to be hearing the sorts of propaganda about how happy every single Ukrainian is living in Russia-occupied territory, spending rubles and so on. How about the Ukrainian-speaking population in those areas? Where are they? Why don't you speak about the isolation prison? Why don't you speak about the torture centers? Why don't you speak about the points where parents get separated from their children? Why don't you speak about the thousands, the 20,000 of children that have been illegally deported from Ukraine, that have been taken from their parents, that their parents are right now in basically concentration camps and torture prisons, and these kids are being put up forcefully for adoption into Russian families, never to see their Ukrainian families again, never to see their Ukraine again, where these children are made to learn Russian, where these children are forced to be Russified, and as soon as the boys reach 16, they start to be trained in the Russian army to then go back and kill Ukrainians. Why don't you talk about that?
Okay,
that part
Jackson?
of the Ukrainian population.
What about the Ukrainian population in those occupied territories that you visited?
Yes, the population in the territories, by the way, they're not occupied, they're liberated. the territories that I visited, I mean, they were all very happy.
It's not semantics.
They were very
international law. They are occupied by Russia that is waging the war of aggression against
Ukraine. Miss Parliament member, let's talk about international law for a second. Let's talk about your buddies in the Azov Battalion, the Nazi Azov Battalion that you support. You want to uphold international law? I think you should be tried at a Nuremberg-like trial for crimes against humanity and supporting these Nazis who are murdering and slaughtering innocent civilians in the Donbass and have been since 2014. Again, I know you never talked about that before the special military operation began. I looked at your Twitter. I noticed you didn't talk about it. But why don't we uphold that?
I didn't have a Twitter account before 2019.
You condemn the Azov Battalion?
Okay, but before we get into this, Jackson, I just want you to respond to the question at hand, but because if we go off on too many tangents, we're not going to be able to cover all the topics we need to. Respond to the question that Lesia put to you directly about the state of the Ukrainian-speaking and the Ukrainian population in that eastern part of the country that you have visited, and then we're going to move on to an American focus.
Well, that part of the country voted overwhelmingly back in 2014 to become somewhat sovereign. They said that they wanted certain levels of sovereignty, and eventually later on in 2014 they voted to become independent. And that's what actually started this whole thing, because their rights were being trampled on. They wanted to speak Russian. Their Russian language was being taken away from them. They recognized that the president was couped illegally. They were 10 votes short of an impeachment in the Verkhovna Rada. I know this second guy here from the UK keeps talking about the Constitution of Ukraine. Well, the Constitution was violated when the president was illegally couped. And the people in eastern Ukraine said, that's enough. We don't want to be a part of this anymore. And then Ukraine slaughtered those people for 8 years because they decided to do that. Same with Crimea. They would have done the same there if they had the opportunity to slaughter them. But of course, they can't do that.
Excuse me, who did Ukraine slaughter? This is the most insane piece of lies.
Do you deny? Wait.
It's just plain lies.
Who did Ukraine slaughter? Do you deny that there were OSCE?
Millions of viewers.
Wait.
It's just simply not right. It's not journalism.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question.
Presumptions and assumptions, and I'm sorry, but this is impossible to listen.
Okay, you asked me a question.
Because there were never situations where Ukraine forbid anyone to speak Russian. There are millions of people today still in Ukraine who speak Russian freely in the streets, in their home lives, wherever. There was never issues about prosecutions for the Russian language, unlike prosecutions for the Ukrainian language in occupied territories that Russia holds control over at the moment. There were never issues of anyone in Ukraine being slaughtered by the Ukrainian government. I'm sorry, this is completely untrue and completely out of the blue. And you have zero facts to prove it and to stand for your words.
Were there not OSCE observers in the Donbass? Were there not OSCE observers there monitoring everything and monitoring the ceasefire violations and which civilians were being killed on which side? Did that not happen, or am I forgetting that?
I think you are really seriously twisting a lot of information and words into one point. No, it did not happen that Ukrainian soldiers were killing Ukrainian civilians. It did not.
Okay, all right, Tobias, do you want to make a comment? Let's hear from you, and then we're going to have to move on.
I do. I mean, with respect, I think this is almost farcical interviews that I've ever participated in. Now, I've spoken about Ukraine many times. I've visited the country. We've discussed it on this program as well. But I am actually pleased, Jackson, that your views are being aired, because what we're hearing is exactly what is spouted to the Russian people to justify what's going on there. So in a way, you're providing a service, but you are so deluded as to what's happening on the ground and the dangers of where this goes because of what you believe in and what you've convinced yourself is where the direction of travel. It's very dangerous indeed, and it shows the power of propaganda, the power of social media today. And we need to get back to the facts here. Russia invaded Ukraine. We're in this dilemma where not enough effort has been made to push Russian forces out of Ukraine. Where do we go from here? Is there going to be a deal? This can only be done if America and Europe are on the same page. If they're not, it becomes very problematic indeed. And I just stress again, sorry to reiterate it, but the bigger picture here is what is going on globally with China's advance of an alternative vision as to where our world goes. These are dangerous times indeed, and Ukraine is the ground zero of where it's all happening.
You mentioned the US, that the US and Europe and all parties in the conflict need to be on the same page. Let me move us on to our final section of the debate before we run out of time. President Trump spoke to the coalition that was meeting in Paris in a joint phone call during Thursday's meeting and said Europe needs to be doing more to end its reliance on Russian oil, accusing some European countries of funding the war effort. Now, there's no denying that some European leaders have been nervous about America's level of commitment to Ukraine's future security. And those jitters are only amplified by a president who continuously talks up his friendship with Putin and fails to follow through on any threat against the Russian leader. Lesia, let me ask you. President Trump has set out numerous deadlines for Russia to show that it's serious about peace, and they've all come and gone with no repercussions. Has Trump's diplomatic offensive failed?
It's an ongoing, I wouldn't say offensive, it's a process, it's an ongoing process. And we have faith in our strategic partners, the US being one of our main strategic partners, along with the UK. So we as the Ukrainian people, headed by the legitimate Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, we are, of course, sitting by and waiting. I can't say that it's easy. It's extremely hard. It's extremely demoralizing at times to see how dialogue after dialogue is leading to no results, but more shootings on Ukrainian people, more air raids, more missile attacks that are being dropped in Western cities, in the capital, more civilian lives that are being taken. For us, this is extremely painful, and we would like to see the peace process move on much faster. But the only way to get the peace process to yield results is to make sure that the aggressor is immobilized, demilitarized, and unable to wage further aggression. And to do that, the US, along with Europe, need not only to enforce the sanctions, reinforce the sanctions, but also enforce the existing sanctions that are in place right now against Russia. And number two is, of course, make sure that there are no loopholes to circumvent the sanctions. This is not only about oil and gas sanctions. This is also about the selling of elements, components that are being found in the missiles that Russia launches onto Ukraine. Unfortunately, according to our intelligence services and our MFA, we find still a large number of components which are procured in the UK, in Germany, in Italy, that are then used in Russian missiles that are firing on Ukrainian civilians. But this is something that we are dealing with directly at bilateral levels and multilateral levels with our Western partners.
Okay. Jackson, what do you think of President Trump's diplomatic efforts here? He made out that this was going to be easy. Has he failed in his ability to be able to make a deal here?
Yes, I think on day one, President Trump should have come in and either said, Zelensky, you have to give up whatever President Putin wants, or else I'm going to wipe my hands clean. We're going to cut off Starlink, cut off all of the intelligence sharing, stop the weapons flow, which is kind of a difficult thing to do logistically in the short term, that is. And he should have broken bread with President Putin within the first week. He should have done that. I mean, Russia has always been a great friend of the United States. They helped our liberation effort in 1776 against the British. They helped us in the Civil War. They helped us in the War of 1812. So, yeah, I think Trump has failed thus far. Hopefully he can have some sort of a shift in the right direction. I think the meeting in Alaska was a good step. But it needs to be something tangible and serious, and so far we haven't seen that.
Tobias, the president is very transactional in his approach to foreign policy. Can this coalition of the willing rely on him to not change his mind if a better deal comes up?
Just to comment on Jackson, I mean, the love affair that you're describing between America and Russia, I think you glossed over the fact that Russia, the Soviet Union, almost took the world to a nuclear war in the 1960s. But we'll move on from that. The concern that many have about Trumpism, if you like, the retreat, the America first, the isolationism, is, in my view, this approach of Donald Trump to say, look, the global order isn't really working very well. I'm happy to allow a jungle out there to be chaotic. Each of the big beasts in that jungle are going to have their sphere of influence. America will have Panama, Greenland, Canada, and so forth. That'll be America's. Europe, Eastern Europe, that will be Russia's, and that includes Ukraine. China can have that. And as long as these three big beasts, alpha males, have their own territorial rights and respect each other, Donald Trump believes that the world can continue. That's a very dangerous approach as to where our world could drift to. It's a recipe for conflict. And I think what Donald Trump is realizing is that he can't court Putin in the way that he hoped to strike deals. It is curious. You mentioned oil there. I think there's some truth in that. But it's very difficult for European countries just to turn the taps off and keep their economies going. What we need to see is a plan to then unpick their reliance on Russia. That is something that Trump should be asking, because what's curious is that meeting in Alaska, I understand, was part discussions about Ukraine and part discussions about minerals deals. So America doing deals with Russia as well, which underlines that sort of Trumpism approach as to where our global order has gone. Happy to strike deals, transactional deals with both friend and foe, but with no commitment, as all previous US presidents have, to where our global order should be going.
What do you think, Lesia, about Trump's reliability as a deal maker, as a negotiator here? If he does make a deal, you said that there was no trust with the Russians. Is there trust with the Americans?
There is trust with the Americans, also with the rest of the Western allies. As you have seen over the last talks, it's not just the conversation happening between bilateral conversation between U.S. president and the Ukrainian president. It's also all of the leaders from Europe who are joining the table and who are there in the discussions, in the dialogue, because it's not just about the fate of Ukraine, it's also about the fate, the security of Europe, in particular the Eastern and Central European states who are bordering Ukraine and Russia. They will be most affected by the results of the peace deal, whatever that peace deal is. So it's good that there is an expansion there with their interlocutors and those who are participating in the deal making. That's already a good chance. So it's not just about the trust of one partner. It's actually a build-up collective trust for a collective peace and security that is being brokered here.
Jackson, does President Trump have the trust of the international community, because he seems to make deals, break deals, put tariffs on the table, take them off the table, put consequences for not looking serious about peace and then taking them off the table? Do you think that President Trump really has sort of lost his way a bit on this deal?
Yes, he has lost his way, but I think he really shouldn't care about the international community. I mean, when we say the international community, we're really talking about the Western world, who has, gone along with the United States previous administrations that were completely controlled by the deep state, with every single major globalist illegal war that the United States or Britain helped lead. So who cares about the international community? I think that we should chart new waters. I think that the United States should look eastward. I think that we should look at Russia. I think we should look at China. Trump just said he wants to meet with Kim Jong-un. Terrific. This is the direction we should be looking. We shouldn't be looking at Europe. Europe is dead. It is filled with all this LGBTQ nonsense. Their economy is dying. Let Europe die on its own. We don't need to be a part of that.
Tobias, is Europe really dying?
No, and what a load of waffle. America needs Europe to be strong because the American and European economy is so interlinked. as is our security interests as well, which go way beyond the Atlantic partnership. And this is where Donald Trump, I hope, will wake up and recognize it. He sort of picked this up when he was over for the NATO summit. Every single day, Britain is attacked by Russia in the gray zone. This is where we're seeing the advance of warfare. We have the shadow fleet of Russian ships that are dragging their anchors to try and clip undersea cables. We've had assassinations on European soil, including the UK as well. We've had disinformation campaigns, which I felt I've had a deluge of just now, but also through social media, interfering with elections. This is what Russia does extremely well. It controls its own society in that way, and it's spilling way beyond there to try and influence open societies across Europe. And if Europe is distracted, there may come a point, much as we're seeing, suggestions that America should court China. I mean, that again is for the birds. But ultimately, there could be a clash, a major clash that America is involved in, and it will become looking to Europe to say, will you be with us again? Will you actually stand with us? And we will be too distracted by what's going on with this bun fight with Russia. And that is what America needs to wake up to.
OK. Tobias, I mean, Richard Nixon famously met with Chairman Mao as part of a US strategy to sort of try and split the communist bloc. Is there not maybe a method to President Trump's, for want of a better phrase, apparent madness, method in his madness, trying to improve relations with Russia because that could achieve a better outcome in the end?
I think you asked probably the most important question that we've had so far. Well, what is the off-ramp that takes where China is on a clear mission. I've stressed that a couple of times. It's courting countries around the world through its Shanghai Cooperation Organization, through the One Belt, One Road, an alternative vision. And countries are liking it. Partly, this is the only point I think I agree with Jackson, is that the West have actually lost its moral authority. Invasions in Afghanistan and Iraq, Guantanamo Bay, for example. There are many examples where we've lost sight of our values and our standards. And understandably, there's been countries that say, I don't really like where the West is going, I'm going to try something else. So where is that ultimate summit in the future that might bring the big heads around the table, a Vienna Congress, a Treaty of Versailles, all merged into one, Bretton Woods, to say, how are we going to map out a vision that's going to be that pragmatic off-ramp for the 21st century? If we don't, then I'm afraid it's going to lead to greater conflict, a world at war. World War III, if you like, different to the last, but a world at conflict because nobody can put the alarm bells out that are glowing on the global order dashboard.
All right, let's get a last word from our other panellists before we need to wrap up. Jackson, what is the off-ramp here? Can we avoid a global conflict?
Of course we can avoid a global conflict. I mean, none of this would have ever happened if the election wasn't stolen from Donald Trump in the first place. And he was president when this was all initially going down. I think probably the initial accords and agreements that Russia signed on to would have been respected by the Ukrainian counterparts, and none of this would have happened. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. And now we're in this position. So I think Trump can avoid global conflict. One last thing I want to say, I thought it was hilarious when the other panelists said that the United States needs Europe to be strong. That was the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. Half of your economies in Europe are on life support, and they are completely reliant on Brussels and Germany and France. France is still okay. Germany's completely collapsed. Don't even get me started on inflation in the UK. You guys are a joke.
OK, we'll talk tariffs and economies on another debate. Lesia, round us out. What is the off-ramp here? Can a global conflict be avoided, or are we getting precariously close?
Look, we already are in the global conflict. Russia is using Iranian drones, North Korean troops, North Korean missiles. There's even reports of some Chinese soldiers fighting on the Russian side against Ukraine. So let's be clear about that. This is already global. This has already gone global. It's about whether we manage to constrain this conflict, this war, within the territory where it is right now, and whether we manage to put an end to it. so that it doesn't spread to the territories of other countries and of other regions. And the only way to do it is to make sure that the aggression stops, that the order pre-aggression is restored, and that the aggressor bears responsibility for the crime of aggression. That's the only way to make sure that the red light is turned on aggression, not just in Europe, but on potential aggression in other regions of the world, and that dictators all across the world get the message loud and clear. And it's about a collective responsibility, not about just one country bearing full responsibility of being a victim of the crime of aggression. It's about a collective responsibility and a collective awareness about what actions lead to what consequences.
Well, let's hope there is an off-ramp before too many more lives are lost. We appreciate the time you've given us here on Counterpoints. To everyone, to our panellists, thank you so much for joining us here. Lesia Vasilenko, Ukrainian MP for the Hollis Party, Tobias Ellwood, former British Conservative MP, and Jackson Hinkle, political commentator and host of the Legitimate Targets podcast. Thanks for joining us. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the old town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechiyas is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.